How about now? No? They work really great when they work. Okay, we've got it. So we'll stay on that setting. So we will call this meeting of the Board of Supervisors to order. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Brown.
Here.
Supervisor Pinches.
Here.
Supervisor Smith.
Here.
Supervisor Hamburg.
Here.
Chair McCowan.
Here. And I would like to ask Chief Rowney to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will now have public expression. If there is anyone who would like to address the board on an item not on the agenda, please come forward. And seeing no one come forward, we will close public expression and we will go to the consent calendar. And do we have legal notice or proper notice?
Proper note.
Thank you.
Notice has been established. Thank you.
And board members, are there any items to be pulled for separate consideration? Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair McCowan. I just have a comment on 4I.
Okay, so we'll have a comment on that before we vote, but it doesn't need to be pulled?
No.
Okay. If there are no items to be pulled, do we have a motion to approval, and then we'll take comment?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Hamburg and a second by Supervisor Smith. Your comment, Supervisor Brown?
Thank you. I just have a concern about the amount of this contract. Years ago, when we entered into the agreement, it was quite a good deal money-wise, and I'm really concerned about the how the cost has escalated through the years, and that's my only comment. Is the fact I think during these hard times we've got to be looking at less costly ways of providing for emergency calls, but I am very concerned about the cost and would like to look into it during our budget hearings.
Okay, of course, this is a 3-year contract, but...
I realize it, but I think we have to start looking for a less costly way to do business.
Right, well, and I see Supervisor Pinches has a comment, so if you'd like more discussion for the item, we could pull it. Your preference.
Actually, that would be Supervisor Pinch's preference.
Supervisor Pinches?
That's
Well,
what
it's
he
kind of
wants.
awkward because we already approved it here, but
No,
But
we haven't
No,
voted
we haven't
yet.
voted.
I think it needs to be looked at. I think every contract. I'm not even sure this hasn't been looked at. I mean, that's what we've been doing here in the last 2 years is reviewing every contract. I don't know.
Well,
Maybe we need a comment from the CEO on this.
CEO Angelo. And it is kind of turning into a discussion item here, so.
And thank you, Mr. Chair and Supervisor Pinches. This item has been discussed with our HHSA director, myself, and with our sheriff, and we could come back in and do an agenda item on dispatch, but at this point in time, the best course of action is to move forward. There doesn't seem to be any change or any alternative at this point, and I don't know if Ms. Cryer would like to comment on this.
Well, if we're going to keep commenting, we should pull the
I
item.
think-
And I don't believe it's that time sensitive. I think it's renews July 1st. So we could certainly pull it and discuss it today and then make a decision. So if that's acceptable, we will pull.
Wait, Ms. Cryer?
Well, again, we're going to pull it.
Are you going to discuss it today, or?
Yeah, we would discuss it today.
Okay.
So if that's acceptable to the board, we'll pull item I for separate discussion. And we will take public comment to the balance of the consent calendar with the exception of item I, if there is any public comment. Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. And now we will go to item I, and I think the issue is kind of out there on the table, so Director Cryer, if you would like to address the item. Oh.
Stacy Cryer, Health and Human Services Agency Director. Thank you. I apologize. I thought you were going to pull it for another day, and it does have to get through all of the state system, so that was my concern. The contract, I want to remind everyone that the contract is a 3-year contract. We have looked at doing this internally at different times throughout the years. I have met with Sheriff Allman recently, as Carmel did indicate. His belief is that that's not something that they could do internally right now. He, I think, is on his way over this morning to discuss this item as well. I also want to remind this board that the contract's based on actual costs. So this is the budgeted amount, but when they invoice us for the cost of the contract, it's actually invoiced at the actual amount expended, and we only pay actual amounts. So if they project salary costs, let's pretend at $500,000, and actuals come in at $300,000, then that's all we spend. And I do have representatives from CAL FIRE here to discuss the contract as well.
And could the invoiced amount go up as well?
Well, this is the spending authority we have, so we wouldn't be able to, they wouldn't be able to invoice us more than that, no. Without us coming back before you, of course.
Board members, questions of Director Cryer?
Well, this, basically dispatch service is 24/7, right?
That is correct.
So it's roughly, takes 3 people, so the amount
And this
really-
amount is a 3-year amount.
Yeah, the amount originally looks pretty high. When you start breaking it down, it's probably not that bad.
No, it's about 440,000, I believe, in a year.
I think it's 560.
560.
Do we have a comparison to the previous contract?
Sharon, do you know how much it went up from the prior year? I believe it went up about 40,000 from the prior year.
And that's because of why?
The costs of everything goes up, you know, salaries, benefits, all of those costs go up.
Yeah, well, I guess that's the real root of the problem here. Here we've had our employees working on 10% less, you know, going on multiple years now. And we're approving contracts where it gives salary increases to everybody but our county employees.
I don't know if the chief would like to comment on that.
Good morning. Chris Rowney, Unit Chief, Mendocino Unit, CAL FIRE. First off, addressing the issue of increasing costs, Supervisor Brown. Some years ago, when we did a contract, I think it was actually 3 years ago, 3.5, it was, the county did it on actuals. And that's one of the reasons the contract cost, as you see it, went up, is that our normal method, and we kind of stretched it for the county, was we did it straight on actuals. And it was an extremely difficult process and didn't include a mechanism to address issues associated with bargaining unit 7, which is the what they call comm operators, communication operators that are involved, and they're under a bargaining unit agreement. And there was so we had to do multiple amendments to that contract to accommodate increases exactly in benefits, and also as a raise from step A to step B, because there's 2 different, there's a comm op A and a comm op B, and depending on the time in service and obviously knowledge in service, that increase is represented also in an increase in salary. So it created some issues for us. So what we do as a normal event for all Schedule A contracts throughout the state is we put the salary rates at max. However, they are invoiced, as Stacy has indicated, at actuals. So even though all of the COMOP rates are at top step B range, the reality is this year, for instance, right today, you're paying for five operators, communication operators. You're not paying anything for the captains, the CAL FIRE captains that are also involved, the supervisorial personnel. But those people are not necessarily, as a matter of fact, I don't know that we have anybody at top step B at this point. And so the contract value is capped. You can't pay any more than that. You know, that's the contract. But what we invoice is our true costs associated, and of course this is primarily a PS contract. It's primarily driven by personnel costs. And there have been some increases because of, and it's a statewide contract in the bargaining unit 7. And so that's, you know, and I recognize your frustration, Supervisor Pinches, but at the same time, we have to recognize what the bargaining unit agreements are statewide and have to follow those. And so that's the adjustments that we make. And there are also minor adjustments as it relates to other benefits associated with health benefits in particular. So that's kind of how that whole system works.
Thank you. Supervisor Pinches
I'm just
has a
curious.
question.
The cost that Mendocino County bears is what the contract is. What is the total dispatch services cost at CAL FIRE? Because I assume they're paying the biggest brunt of it because for CAL FIRE. What is the total budget for dispatch services in Mendocino County? Because the reason I ask this, we were talking here a couple of years ago about maybe combining all dispatch services into a central agency. And so I'm just curious to what is the total that the state taxpayers are paying CAL FIRE for the total dispatch services?
Well, there's actually several different dispatch systems in the county because you have the city has its own system.
That's my
well
point.
as-
We were looking about combining them all.
Right.
But what is the contract amount that of this total dispatch services that Caltrans gets?
Excuse me, you mean CAL
I
FIRE?
mean CAL FIRE.
Well, the contract value is before you, and so.
That's just for Mendocino, the part that Mendocino County pays though, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so doesn't the state pay a portion for CAL FIRE?
The state.
Certainly the county's not paying full.
The county does not pay anything for any of the supervisorial personnel. We have a battalion chief and 4 fire captains that are assigned to that facility, as well as Ryan Grable, who's the division chief, who has, among his other responsibilities, ultimate oversight on the Emergency Command Center. And so in terms of specific dollar amounts, I wouldn't be able to speak to that, but the fire cap, what the state picks up is a battalion chief total salary, and his primary function is oversight of that facility, as well as the 4 fire captains in that facility who do a lot of work actually in the county venue. I got there this morning and there was a captain doing the coverage on the board. So that was, you know, and essentially there's really no state activity right now. The primary activity, and to be quite frank, for the last 3 years, our primary activity with our personnel up there have been related to county incidents, both emergency medical services as well as local fire. And so that's the realities of how we function. Essentially, the state picks up all of those costs associated with the fire captains in the battalion. So we are essentially paying for 5 higher paid personnel, if you will. I couldn't give you the exact numbers, but it's probably in the realm of, let's see, call it 4, it's about 320. Probably in the realm of $800,000 annually or more. Again, I'm just, Ryan could probably give you a more precise number, but I'm just thinking salaries plus throwing a quick 50%, which is low, because actual benefits to those captains that we pick up are at about 60% now at both the battalion and. So
I guess if we have a dispatcher on duty,
24 hours.
yeah.
Yes, and in the summer, 2 of them.
And they have to be there, but if a fire captain is there in the office,
But there is always a fire captain.
business will go on though, even if he or she's not there.
The fire captain, there is always at least one fire captain on duty 24 hours a day at supervising. They're immediately available. There's some sleep time
And so
involved.
the county
of course.
basically pays for all the dispatch services, and then the state pays for the personnel above that, right? The administrative staff.
They aren't straight administrators. The fire captains are also active dispatchers. So when, for instance, if you called in 911 and there was a heart attack, that 911 call would be routed through the PSAP, the sheriff's office. It's routed up to us immediately because it's medical aid in Laytonville area. At that point, there are two people involved, one of whom is going to be talking to the caller, finding out and going through what we call emergency medical dispatch. It's basically a decision tree process that goes through and asks very specific questions that arrives at, and helps us understand exactly what resources are going to be required for that person, given what they're hearing as far as what the symptoms are observed at this juncture. As all of those questions are going on, they route that. The address and everything else goes over to the dispatcher, so even while that first person is talking to the caller, that second person over here is calling for the ambulance, fire, whoever else is necessary to address those emergency needs. So it's not just one person. It's a two-person deal very commonly. At night, one person pretty much handles most of it, but there's always a captain available immediately to help out if there's any complexity of the incident.
One more short question,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. I see in the paper yesterday a turkey knocked out the 911 service in Sonoma County. Are
Yes.
we that vulnerable?
Actually, we are the backup should the SOs go down, and it's happened, where we've provided the backup service. We use many of the same mountaintops, so we have a kind of a cooperative system where we're a secondary PSAP, and we can help cover should something like that disastrous happen. And I heard that same news report this morning. But yeah, we try to have a certain amount of redundancy so that there is emergency communications available throughout the county.
But also, our turkeys are smarter than the Sonoma County turkeys. They wouldn't do something like that.
I would be unwilling to speak to that, sir.
So unless there are any other questions for Chief Rowney or Director Cryer, maybe we can bring this back to the board.
I can make one final comment. The last year of the last 3-year cycle, there was a $50,000 savings between budget and actual.
Okay, so the final year of the contract, we were billed $50,000 less than the stated amount. Thank you. So this is kind of a worst-case scenario that we're looking at. I think it's probably fair to say the contract is beneficial to CAL FIRE and also to the county, and probably a lot of what the county payment does is help cover the cost for the rural fire districts and emergency medical. So, board members, do we have a motion, further comments? Supervisor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll go ahead and move the recommended action, but I think Supervisor Brown's points are well taken, and that we always should be reviewing for cost efficiencies and maybe actually the serious bargaining that perhaps could take place with CAL FIRE. I mean, we can almost keep our fingers crossed that such a event could take place. So looking for efficiencies, and I think we already have Stacy Cryer doing that within HHSA, and we should be vigilant about trying to continue to, reduce costs. But I think we, as you said, Mr. Chair, it's in the interest of really all of the rural communities and the county in general to move it forward.
So we have a motion. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll place a second.
Supervisor Pinches.
We talked about this consolidation about 3 years ago. Was that ever taken up seriously, or was it just kind of dropped?
Go ahead.
Because when you add up all the dispatch services throughout the county, the cities and everything, it's a tremendous amount of money.
CEO Angelo.
It looks like,
I-
Carmen
yeah.
wants to.
I would just like to comment. I don't believe that within our system currently that we have the capacity to do what CAL FIRE is doing. And I think when we've talked about this, Ms. Cryer, myself, and our sheriff, and without that capacity or the additional training for our staff, we're just not able to do it. I think that the greater issue, if you want to look at dispatch across all lines within the county, probably would take a task force and probably a good year to review that. If that's the direction of this board, we could move in that direction. But as far as our internal capacity, I don't believe we have it. And if we did have staff trained to do everything emergency medical dispatch, my guess is our costs would go up as well. Ms. Cryer?
Director Cryer?
That's correct. That is the conversation that we had with the sheriff. There is a difference between the dispatch services that are done out of the sheriff's office and the dispatch services that are done out of CAL FIRE. And CAL FIRE has emergency medical dispatchers, and there is a difference in that field. And the sheriff's very clear on that and very well aware of that. So we did look at it, and we've looked at it previously. This board's looked at it, I think, 4 or 5 years ago as well, and it's something like the CEO has stated we can look at again. We did take this contract very seriously. We negotiate for quite a few months with CAL FIRE on this contract. It's not just they hand us a budget and we go from there. It's negotiated. We look at it over and over. We meet with the sheriff. We've met with the CEO. We've looked at it, and this is the route for right now that we're recommending that we go.
Thank you. Unless there's any further discussion, we'll vote. We have a motion on the floor by Supervisor Smith, second by Supervisor Brown. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. So we
Chair
will now...
McCowan, just one other comment, and it is on 4G, which is the Marine Life Protection Act letter.
yes.
Supervisors Smith and Hamburg, I thought it was excellent, and I just wanted to take note that we also received a letter from the Intertribal Sinkyone Wilderness Council, and I hope everybody will take note of that as well.
Yes, and also, just to be clear, what we actually approved on consent was the updated letter that was submitted.
Correct.
So, just to, Supervisor Hamburg, did you?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I am aware of the letter that Supervisor Brown just mentioned, and it's our intention, Supervisor Smith and myself, to bring this back to the board, perhaps at our next meeting, either on Monday or Tuesday. And that will be an item that will either be on consent or on the regular agenda, just depending on what we decide to do with it. But basically what we're doing is supporting a very hard-won position that the tribes have taken, and that has become an integral part of the preferred alternative, which is going to be discussed on April 11th, which happens to be tomorrow. And Supervisor Smith will be going to Eureka to represent the position we take in this letter. There's a subsequent hearing on June 6th in Eureka, in which the matter that is that the letter that Supervisor Brown just mentioned, that issue will be taken up at that subsequent meeting in June in Eureka, and I'm intending to attend that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will now go to item 5D, discussion and possible action, including interviews with applicants and possible appointment of the public members to the 4 oversight boards, County of Mendocino, City of Fort Bragg, City of Ukiah, and City of Willits, of the redevelopment successor agencies in Mendocino County. The executive officer is the sponsor, and I'll go to Deputy CEO Wieselski to introduce the item.
Chair McCowan, board members. On February 28th, the board directed staff to facilitate the recruitment of the public member for the redevelopment agency oversight boards. There are 4 different boards: the County of Mendocino, the City of Fort Bragg, the City of Willits, and the City of Ukiah. Today, we're bringing the applications that we've received forward to the board for consideration. We would just like to remind the board that May 1st is the deadline for the applications to be reviewed and for the appointment to be made, to avoid the governor's intervention and have an appointment made by the governor's office. So we are having and working with a deadline. Also, just as an information, the oversight boards for those 4 different agencies have been meeting and will continue to meet in April as well, so they are moving business forward. So with that information, I just wanted to bring forward the applications. You have all received the applications. We do have 12 different applications for the 4 oversight boards. So that would be 2 applications for the County of Mendocino, 2 applications for the Fort Bragg, 5 applications for Ukiah, and 3 applications for Willits. And
Chair McCowan?
Yes, Supervisor Brown.
We're all appointments, potential appointments. Were they notified of what time we were going to have this for the interview?
Correct. Outreach has been done for all the applicants. There are a couple of applicants that were not able to make it today. What we did ask is for any applicant that couldn't be present to please provide any additional backup that they felt would help support their application of interest for you to take into consider. So you have received a couple of additional supplemental pieces of information that were provided based on those outreaches.
Thank you. So, board members, as far as how to proceed, do we want to interview all of the candidates and then make appointments, or interview agency by agency and make appointments? Is there a preference? Supervisor Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't really have a preference. Maybe we should find out how many applicants are really here today. I think the majority are not. Just if we could get our deputy to, again, confirm that we're making 2 appointments to each of the 4. Is that correct?
One.
One public appointment to each of the 4 oversight boards. So you'll do 1 for County of Mendocino, 1 for Fort Bragg, 1 for Ukiah, and 1 for Willits.
And we've already appointed Deputy CEO Knopp to all 4.
Correct.
Plus, we have appointed Steve Dunnifield, Dunnicliffe, sorry, as the equivalent of the employee to the county agency.
Correct.
And
This
so,
is for the public appointment.
Pardon?
Member of the public, this appointment fills that slot.
Supervisor Pinches.
Start moving this ahead. I'd like to make a motion to appoint Ron Moorhead to the Willits oversight.
Well, first, let's see if there's anyone here from Willits to be interviewed. So maybe we'll just take them agency by agency.
That's
So
how we just started.
are there any of the applicants for the city of Willits present? And seeing no one indicating they are,
I'll second the motion.
so discussion to the motion, if any. No discussion to the motion? So we have a motion on the floor to appoint Ronald Moorhead as the public member to the Willits Oversight Committee. Motion by Supervisor Pinches, second by Supervisor Brown.
Just to comment on this appointment, he's been in business in Willits for over 30 years, maybe 35. He's been a long time involved in the Chamber of Commerce. He's very active community member. Willits, I don't believe he's ever taken a political position or something. This is just so I think he'd be a great appointment.
We'll vote by the button. Dan, was your button not working? There we go.
Motion passes unanimously.
I voted twice.
Early and often.
Yep.
Okay, so that's
Chair McCann.
Willits.
Chair McCown?
Yes.
There is only one for Fort Bragg and...
No, actually, we
We have
received
2.
something this morning. We have
Oops.
an application from Scott Dietz,
Okay.
who is currently a member of their planning commission, I believe. Business manager of Mendocino Unified School District, chairperson of the Mendocino Stay Well Plan, member of the Fort Bragg Unified School District Bond Oversight Committee, real estate broker. And then we also had the appointment from Catherine Charters, who also submitted a letter of her interest and qualifications. And she has extensive financial background with Fort Bragg District Hospital, City of Fort Bragg, and various public schools. Supervisor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are you ready to move forward on the Fort Bragg appointment?
Well, is there anyone from Fort Bragg who has submitted an application? And seeing no one come forward, Supervisor Smith.
Thank you very much. That's why I asked the deputy to confirm on the numbers, because it's a little confusing in the agenda summary when it says the action is required to make 2 appointments to each of the 4 newly created successor agencies. So I'm glad that you did clarify that. We're only making the 1 public appointment today. I think we have 2, unfortunately, we have 2 very good, very well-qualified individuals for the 1 available public seat for Fort Bragg. They're both really superb and would both do an excellent job. At this point, I think I'll move forward with the nomination or the recommendation of Scott Dietz for that appointment.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Smith, second by Supervisor Brown to appoint Scott Dietz. Is there any discussion of the motion? We will vote by the button.
Motion passes unanimously.
So we have 2 remaining appointments, County of Mendocino and City of Ukiah, and we do have at least 4, maybe 5 people here to be interviewed. So, and some of the applicants have applied for both, so I would suggest at this point we go forward and interview all the remaining candidates that are present, and then we can move forward with appointments. So, in no particular order, but Mr. Houle, you're closest to the microphone, if you'd come forward. And I think we'll allow each applicant to make a statement of their interest, and then we'll see what questions the board may have. Mm-hmm. So, Mr. Houle.
Well, I've been following this RDA business for a few years and trying to understand what the state had in mind when they set it up and how it's been applied here. I've been particularly following the City of Ukiah, although I live in Redwood Valley, and trying to understand the difference between providing infrastructure and support to the further development of Ukiah and the what amounts to corporate welfare in terms of providing specific assistance to stores that want to build or expand in the area. So I'm very interested in seeing how the money that's been set aside so far is to be administered. So that's a question of interest. The housing program has been quite successful in Ukiah, and they've met their requirements of 20% or better of the RDA fund. So that's my interest in Ukiah. On the county level, I'm concerned about the paucity of funds that have been put into housing and the lack of any real program over the last 3, 4, maybe 5 years. And there are funds available, there are set-asides that have been made. And I'm curious to see how that money is disposed of, what it goes into, and whether there are ways to improve the cooperation with other housing agencies at the state and federal level to get a program going for repair, reconstruction, or new housing in Calpella and in South State Street, which are in pretty shoddy condition at the present time. That's my interest. Is that enough?
Yes, thank you. Questions of Mr. Houle? Supervisor Pinches.
Jim, are you still on the grand jury?
No, I resigned in January.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair McCowan. Mr. Hool, you did state your interests and what experience you had with RDAs. I would like to ask some other questions. How familiar are you with the Brown Act?
With the Brown Act,
Yes.
I've read it.
Okay. Have you ever been on a board, a commission, a committee or council that was under Brown Act rules?
No.
Okay, thank you. What do you know about public contracting?
Well, I was a project manager for the Bechtel Corporation and then for my own company for a total of over 30 years. And I've done an awful lot of contracting with public agencies, governments, the State Department, all sorts of people.
Okay. If mistakes are made in this process, who pays?
Mistakes in?
Mistakes in how we go about dissolving or the RDAs. If mistakes are made, who would pay?
Who would pay? Boy, that goes back to the Department of, I guess it's the Department of Finance in Sacramento, who gets the recommendations from each of these advisory panels and then makes a summary decision. And they may very well, I think who pays is if we have funds that have been given to the RDA at the county or the city level, and the question is the disposition of those funds at this point. I think that we would pay if we have proceeded wrongly. We'd pay, the state would take the money and decide what to do with it. That's my guess.
Thank you. And then one last question. Are you familiar with the uniform guidelines for the implementation of this particular matter? And it was an Accounting Standards Committee of the California State Association of County Auditors, and the draft was published on March 5th. Have you read that? Are you familiar with it?
No, I haven't seen the one from the county audit, from the state auditors.
Okay.
But I did read the health and safety 34, 179, and 180, which are the two parts of the state law that describe how to implement this disbanding of the RDAs. I don't know whether the auditor thing is the same or more complex. Maybe I should look into it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other board members, any additional questions? One question I have, Mr. Hool, you highlighted in your application your interest in, with regard to the city of Ukiah, in finding ways to continue and to extend housing programs for the low to moderate income residents, and for Mendocino County to see if there is any way to utilize the funds set aside in past years for much needed housing programs. And I would go to staff to confirm this, but I believe that all of the housing funds are separate of what the oversight committee will have purview over.
That's correct. The county is not the housing redevelopment successor agency, so that is actually overseen by, those funds are overseen by a different body, and no, those funds are not being overseen by this particular board or appointment.
But it's possible that the city of Ukiah may have chosen to be its successor housing agency?
Correct. This particular oversight board position is a public position, and the city of Ukiah established, and I believe that they've published online, their obligation payment schedule that this oversight position would be overseen directly. So there is about a 3-page or 4-page document with the numerous items on it that this particular position again, would be overseeing the work of the successor agency for the city of Ukiah.
But the Oversight Housing Authority, even if the city of Ukiah did make the decision to be their successor agency for housing, this oversight committee that we are making an appointment to would not be dealing with the successor housing agency, but only with the RDA funds?
That's correct, and the only thing that, again, if there was some crossover that would have been listed on the obligation payment schedule, there might be a component. I'm not familiar with the city of Ukiah's, all their individual entries, but again, it would only be to the level that the item would have been itemized in that obligation payment schedule for this oversight board.
Thank you. So I wonder, with that information, does that affect your interest in the appointment if the Oversight Committee would not be dealing with the funds that were previously set aside for housing?
You're speaking of the county now or of the city?
Well, I think both.
In the county's case, can I ask a question? Has a successor agency for housing been appointed by the county?
Yes, and it was the Community Development Commission of Mendocino County.
So that has already been put to one side.
Right. So I don't know if that affects your interest, but that was one of your main stated.
To some extent, my interest in Ukiah City is still very strong.
Thank you. So I think next, because both of you have applied for the County of Mendocino, we will, and for any further questions, so then we will go to Mr. Sakowicz and ask him to come up and make a statement of interest. And both he and Mr. Houle have applied for both the County of Mendocino and the City of Ukiah oversight committees.
Good morning, Chair McCowan, supervisors, staff. Yes, I have applied for both. Interest is greater in the City of Ukiah, of course. I've been regularly attending the Ukiah RDA meetings, which follow the Ukiah City Council meetings for the last year. So I'm pretty knowledgeable of RDA business, even before AB 1X26 and AB 1X27 was enacted and upheld by the California Supreme Court. I think I was the only member of the public to attend the April 3rd meeting of the Ukiah RDA successor agency meeting at the Ukiah Conference Center. You had some questions about what some of those agenda items were. If it's your pleasure, here is a printout of not just the agenda, but the agenda summary for the items that were discussed in that meeting as prepared by Assistant City Manager Sage San Giacomo, so I can leave this here if you like. The meeting was notable insofar as, just reporting on that April 3rd meeting, insofar as Deputy CEO Kyle Knopf kind of put the brakes on the process. The last agenda item, number 7, was to agree on the payment schedule for the recognized obligation bonds. And to his credit, Kyle had 3 issues, that the obligations were an alphabet soup of acronyms that were not fully understood by him and much of the public, that the agenda item was not fully documented, so the bond debentures and the backup documentation for those obligations were not part of the presentation, and also that the email correspondence between the city and the State Department of Finance, which oversees all successor agencies in the state, had not been brought to the successor agency board, and Kyle wanted to see all that correspondence. And in fact, the State Department of Finance had 1 or 2 objections, so Kyle wanted to see that documentation as well. As far as my qualifications, besides regularly attending the meetings and now attending the successor agency meetings, my resume and the snapshot of my FINA career was part of my application package for the retirement board. Also, in the last month, I've graduated from a week-long training at Stanford Law School by CalPERS staff for both fiduciaries and public trustees. So I bring that to the table as well. And I was also certified in ethics at the very same training at Stanford. If there's anything specifically that you would like to know about the successor agency, who the other appointees are, or the projects that they are focused on at that April 3rd meeting, I'd be happy to elaborate, but I don't want to monopolize your time.
Thank you. Are there questions of Mr. Sakowicz? Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair McCowan. Same questions. How familiar are you with Brown Act?
Very familiar. It's in my 3 months with the retirement board, I've become drilled in the Brown Act.
Thank you.
But I'm also familiar with it from regularly attending supervisor meetings and what have you.
Thank you. And what do you know about public contracting?
Quite a bit. These things came up before the successor agency, but also in covering county business for KZYX and other areas of interest that I have. I know that the Conflict of Interest Code is pertinent to this matter. The Political Reform Act is pertinent to contracting, and the filing of forms like Form 700 for conflicts of interest are absolutely essential to the integrity of public contracting.
Thank you. There are mistakes made in this process. Who pays?
That's a good question, because I was talking with one of our lawyers on staff, and as far as I know, legal counsel has not yet been appointed to the board of the successor agency, and I think Mr. Rappaport would probably have a conflict of interest. So that's a very important question. That's a very relevant question. As a practical matter, anything that the Ukiah RDA successor agency does, or the county, is overseen by the State Director of Finance. So you have to submit your plan to them. They check off on it, and so you pretty much have a checks and balance system at the state level. If there's any outright fraud or corruption or something like that, which I don't think is an issue for either the county or the city, I guess that would have to be litigated. But my chief concern right now is that the city of Ukiah's successor agency needs to appoint legal counsel. That would, in my view, that would be job one.
Right, and my last question, the same as Mr. Hool's. Are you familiar with the uniform guidelines they were published on March 5th, and it's by the Accounting Standards Committee of the California State Association of County Auditors?
Yes, Supervisor Brown. I'm very familiar with it, and in fact, it came up as in the discussion of the first meeting of the successor agency on April 3rd.
Thank you.
Supervisor Pinches.
Are you still a member of the grand jury?
I am, and I've resolved the conflict of interest per county council, the only conflict of interest I had.
Well, maybe I'd like to hear your comment on, because the grand jury is basically the oversight of all agencies in Mendocino County. And if an issue come up with you were on the oversight committee, and how can you sit on the grand jury and be the oversight of yourself? How do you comment to that?
I've discussed that with county council and also emailed, and perhaps she has some comment as well. But the same guidelines would be applied as with any conflict of interest I had with the retirement board. If retirement board business comes up at the grand jury, I excuse myself not just from the room but from the building. I participate in no discussions, no votes, etc. Thank you for your question.
County counsel.
Yeah, I agree with that. He can recuse himself. And in fact, you're going to be off the grand jury.
Yes, ma'am.
In May or June, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Anyway.
So that, the conflict issue, that would apply both to the grand jury and the retirement board. So you see no inherent problem with that. Other questions of Mr. Sakowicz? And, I had the same question regarding the potential for conflict, so that's been addressed. And you've applied for both Ukiah and Mendocino. You've indicated your preferences for Ukiah. If it was the decision of the board, would you be willing to serve on both?
Yes, Supervisor. I serve at the pleasure of this county and this board. And in almost everything I do.
And you went into some detail in your interest for Ukiah. Any additional comments regarding the County Oversight Board?
No, it's a much smaller player, as you know, both in terms of staff time and dollars. The issues are somewhat different insofar as you rightly pointed out to Mr. Houle, the county largely focuses on housing, and that's already been transferred. That oversight responsibility has been transferred to CDC. And Mr. Crabtree there. The city of Ukiah is RDA is much bigger. Their staff time allocated in terms of dollars is somewhere between $750,000 to $1 million before this legislation was enacted. Per the April 3rd meeting, that's by law, that's now going to be downsized to $250,000. So the city will be experiencing some pains in how they're going to allocate resources to the projects that are still outstanding. I should also like to mention, if I may, that the projects that were decided on at the April 3rd meeting was the Redwood Park Revitalization Project, the Costco project, and the relocation of the courthouse. Those are going to be the two chief focus of the successor agency. There are millions of dollars of bonds outstanding. It remains to be seen what the payment schedule is going to be. This is a huge, huge issue. But I want you to know that I will bring all of my experience, all of my training in RDAs and in public business to make sure that the special districts for which tax increments were intended as the recipients of this money will in fact get that money. They're ably represented on the board with Vicki Todd from the Ukiah Unified School District and Larry Perryman of the College District, and Mr. Murata of the Cemetery District. But I will also be there as an advocate for those special districts.
Thank you. And Supervisor Brown has a final question or comment.
Vicki Todd represents Mendocino County Office of Education, I believe.
MCOE, yeah. I'm sorry. I stand corrected.
Okay, thank you. So thank you very much. And so we have 3 remaining applicants who have applied to serve only on the City Oversight Committee: John Goldsmith, Sandra J. Harrington, and Lee Howard. I believe all are present, and I'm just going to go in the order in which they're listed on the summary sheet we have. So,
Chair McCowan?
What?
I would like to resolve the Mendocino County issue first, an appointment, and I'm prepared to make a motion. Mr. Sakowitz and Mr. Houle. Mr. Houle's interest has to do more with housing, while Mr. Sakowitz has indicated he's more interested in the Ukiah appointment than the Mendocino County. But I do find Mr. Sakowitz was recently appointed to the pension board. He is currently serving as a grand juror. That commitment, I believe, ends the end of June. But I would like to move to appoint Mr. Sakowitz to the Mendocino County RDA Committee.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Pinches. Discussion, Supervisor Hamburg.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have several people to interview for the Ukiah spot, and I'm just wondering whether any of those 3 people would have interest in the Mendocino County appointment if they did not get the Ukiah appointment. And that would be my hesitation in voting on this, because I know that they only check the one box, but maybe they have enough interest in this issue that they would be willing to take either of those appointments.
So if any of the applicants for the Ukiah seat who showed interest only in that are interested in the Mendocino County Board, please come forward.
Excuse me, Chair McCowan.
And let's watch out for the stampede here.
Just to provide clarification, Sandra Harrington is the MCOE's appointment to the county's oversight board. She is actually already serving as an
Okay.
appointment. So she is already on that board as one of the second appointments.
And we've also attracted county council's
Well,
interest.
just as a matter of process, I think you have a motion and a second still out there, so you need to deal with that.
Well, this is kind of
Well,
part of the discussion in a way, too.
Okay, trying to discuss it.
But we're not inundated with people rushing forward, so
So
now to the motion.
So I just take it that Mr. Goldsmith and Mr. Howard, and who was the third one?
Sandra Harrington.
And Sandra Harrington are
Who is already on the board,
Okay.
the oversight committee.
So Mr. Goldsmith and Mr. Howard are only interested in the Ukiah appointment. Mr. Goldsmith?
Yeah, my name is John Goldsmith. I'm with Wells Fargo Advisors. Basically, my background is finance. I was asked fairly recently by the mayor she encouraged me to come forward and get involved in the process. And
A little bit louder, John.
sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so I did attend the April 3rd meeting with the city, and the reason I came forward now is I have enough interest in the community. I'm involved with some of the supervisors might know, involved with a number of organizations in the county, and involved specifically. Interest is in the financial end. Again, I'm neutral with regard to any of these positions. I try to bring some sense of analysis to anything that I'm challenged with. But when it comes to this particular oversight board, I mean, checks and balances really are my perception of this, but again, this is of late. And we're responding to the Department of Finance recommendations, analyzing those recommendations, coming back with an approval or disapproval of those recommendations. And I think it's very important to be impartial in that process and to really use the skills of analysis. The Brown Act is something, Supervisor Brown, I'm very familiar with because of my other positions, and I would, if need be, I would be interested in the county board also if the city is filled.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. And we're going to bring it back to the board now because we do have a motion on the floor. So,
okay.
So thank you. So we do have a motion. Supervisor Brown, I don't know if that...
Let me ask one question. Mr. Goldsmith, you don't have to come back up, but did he not state that he would be interested in both?
Yes.
Okay.
So did you wish to defer your motion and go through the rest of the interview process, or do you want your motion to go forward as made?
Supervisor Pinches, what's your feeling?
I want to go forward instead of going backwards.
I think let us withdraw our motion, move forward, let's do the rest of the interviews, and then come back for consideration.
You're my leader.
Okay.
So
You're right.
So the
So I
motion is...
withdraw, and the second is withdrawn.
Okay, so the motion is withdrawn. We will invite Mr. Goldsmith back to the podium for an interview. We've heard an opening statement, I think, and then we'll also follow through with the interview with the remaining applicants. Then we'll vote on both items. Does that work for everyone?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So, questions of Mr. Goldsmith?
Thank you, Chair McCowan. So your only experience, I think you stated, was you were asked by the mayor of the city of Ukiah, and you attended one meeting. So you haven't really been involved in redevelopment agency work in the past?
No, I have not, other than reading and a cursory level.
Sure. And you stated you were very familiar with the Brown Act. What do you know about public contracting?
Not much. Just, again, at a high level.
Okay, thank you. If mistakes are made in this process, who pays?
Well, I kind of concur with the last interviewee. It's a good question, and I think that's yet to be completely resolved. My understanding at this point, again, getting up to speed as quickly as possible on this, State Department of Finance, but really at a local level, it's the Finance Department. Yeah.
And follow through on my last question, are you familiar with the uniform guidelines as published by the State Association of County Auditors? It was published on 3/5/12.
I got, again, high level. At the April 3rd meeting that was brought up, I read through the information that was at that meeting, and there was quite a bit. So, cursory.
Thank you.
Other questions of Mr. Goldsmith? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So, Sandra J. Harrington. And if you could start with a statement of your interest and qualifications, please.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Commissioner, and good morning, Supervisors. My name is Sandra Harrington, and I am currently the Chief Business Official for Ukiah Unified School District. Excuse me, I want to talk loud so the people in the back can hear me also. And I am interested in this. Originally, I was interested in this as the Chief Business Official for the school district. As you may be aware, Ukiah Unified is one of the largest recipients of pass-through funds from the previous City of Ukiah Redevelopment Agency. We had a pass-through agreement going back to 1990. Subsequent to the discussions over the last couple years, when the state first started looking at how they could potentially recapture or take over some of the redevelopment agency funding or functions, I began to be more involved in looking into and researching some of the areas that directly impacted school districts. So again, I have had opportunities to become very familiar with the ABX 126 and the ABX 127 Supreme Court rulings. I have worked with our district's legal counsel and have also worked with a finance firm as a consultant firm, specifically again towards the district. But I am very interested in continuing to learn more to become a part of a collaborative effort and process in taking over the duties of the Oversight Committee, working with the successor agency, identifying those debts and obligations, and resolving those issues that the Oversight Committee is tasked with. I believe that, again, my background of over 25 years in both school business and business administration in the private sector does provide me with a significant level of understanding of a lot of the intricacies that you will be dealing with. I am familiar with some of the requirements and obligations of both the successor agency and the oversight agency. As Ms. Wasilski identified, I am also one of the current appointees on the Mendocino County Board, appointed by the Mendocino County Office of Education. And I am very interested in participating and being a part of this process, not only to ensure continued compliance with the laws and the legal responsibilities, but in trying to establish and do so in a transparent manner and make sure that those obligations and any funding that is left over after those things are identified and resolved, such as your path through your EOPS, your ROPS, are done so in a very collaborative manner, and that we are able to resolve and go forward in this process. So that is why I'm interested, and that's why I'm here today.
Thank you. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. You've already stated your experience with the redevelopment agencies and past work with that, and that was also on your application. How familiar are you with the Brown Act?
I'm familiar with the Brown Act from being on this side of the table within many board meetings and working in school districts over the past 9 years. And so I have a familiarity. I have went through training with the Brown Act, but I have never been in your seat to have to comply with it. So I am familiar. I have been trained, and I am familiar with the primary requirements of the Brown Act, but maybe not know it from an expert level.
Okay, thank you. I don't think any of us do. Also, what do you know about public contracting?
I am familiar, again, not at an expert level, with the public contract code of bid requirements, the statement of economic interest that was identified earlier, and conflict of interest. And so, again, I have been involved in various contracts related to school business and construction projects, and bid processes related to outside of construction. So I do have a level of familiarity, but again, not an expert level.
Thank you. If mistakes are made in this process, who pays?
I believe that it is specified that the Oversight Committee does have a fiduciary duty to resolving these issues and making sure that the final allocation of resources or redistribution of money is done so, again, in a legally compliant manner. So I believe that the Oversight Board has a level of fiduciary and legal responsibility. I cannot answer specifically the question of who would be paying.
And then I'm assuming if you've been attending different meetings, but I must ask this. The uniform guidelines is established by the State Auditors Association and published on 3/5/12, the uniform guidelines.
And I have to admit, I have not read through that document at this time.
Okay, thank you.
But I promise I will.
Thank you. Other questions from other supervisors? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Lee Howard. And I know we have people arriving for our timed items, but this is also an important issue, so we're going to, give it the time it deserves. This is our last applicant coming forward, and we'll have a statement of interest and qualifications.
Good morning, Lee Howard. I turned my name in because I have an interest in the community. I started the business here in 1972, Lee Howard Construction, a corporation, and we are still going. I held my first elected office in 1978. I have served on boards, and many boards. I served 11 years at the California Special Districts Association as a board member, and also all the way up through and including president of that statewide organization through the time that redevelopment was coming on board, and worked with different entities. One of my major concerns always has been the redevelopment and the opportunity for condemnation. As some of you will recognize, that I've opposed residential condemnation in this county and the city on redevelopment over the years. I sat on the county's redevelopment agency for 18 months, 2 years, back when it was a CAC, and we participated in the setup and the entire thing with the county, guidelines, pass-throughs, etc. During my time as on CSDA, I also sat as one of the district jobs as SDRMA, as bond counsel, and participated in indebtedness and how it pass-throughs work through, and how you get CPIs to fund some of these things. I believe that the fact that we have on redevelopment the way it is today, we have a charge with the state, and that's to wind redevelopment down. Plain and simple, that's the job, and to make sure it's done right. I've participated in budgets extensively on the public side. I've sat in the public side chairs as far as being able to develop budgets and make sure they're carried out. Over the years, I've participated in hearings, etc., and just recently I attended the CSDA has put up on a website, webvan, just had a 2-hour class last week on it. I attended 4 hours in Oakland 2 weeks ago on redevelopment, the wind down, and the new bills that are coming out, or anticipated to come out. There's a lot of people that would like to see some of this continued. And that's fine. If you don't like the law, change it. I think I'm qualified, been involved in the community. I sit on, presently, as you know, I sit on the Flood Control District Board. I sit on also as a member of the North Coast Builders Exchange, Lake Mendocino and Sonoma County, and several other boards and commissions that I sit on. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Supervisor Brown.
Oh, thank you, Chair McCowan, for the prompt.
Apparently the only person who came prepared to ask questions.
I think you've answered my first question that I've asked of all candidates about your experience with the redevelopment agencies, and it sounds like you have participated throughout the years ever since they were established. How familiar are you with the Brown Act?
Probably a little bit.
Yes, I know. I understand you are, Mr. Howard.
I do teach. I still am involved in CSDA and the likes, and I occasionally, last month I taught a class in Sacramento on the Brown Act along with Terry Franks on the First Amendment, or from the Cal-Aware group, and it was very still challenging to do and a very misunderstood document. So, yes, I do.
Thank you. What do you know about public contracting?
I have, as county knows, I've participated in the public contract code, uniform cost accounting. I do sit on another board as the California Force Account Commission that oversees and helps monitor the public contract code for uniform cost accounting. I meet pretty much on a monthly basis at the State Controller's office at the Uniform Cost Accounting Group to oversee it and participate in it. I can find my way now to the executive suites in the Controller's office, but it took a little while.
If mistakes are made in this process, who pays?
It's real simple who pays. The successor agency pays. And if that's one of the reasons that it's so important. They have to have the money that's there to pay these bills. That's who's going to pay. And ultimately, if they, when they get into it, if they've made some mistakes, some errors, they're right up front for them. They've actually got a balance in checks here that is make sure that these bills and indebtedness and bonds and stuff are paid and done right. And this is unusual for local government. They've actually plugged in a 3 or 4 day period here that the decisions that are made have that ability for oversight to look at, all the way up to the controller's office. So, but that's who pays, is the successor agency. There's no question there.
And then, are you familiar with the uniform guidelines, the draft? It's all I have a copy of. That was published on 3/5/12 with the State County Auditors Association.
I am quite familiar with it. In fact, I visited with Mr. Crane yesterday, and he said that after I'd given a copy to him, he had downloaded it for his next meeting. So it's one of the better documents that there is out there. It's very clear and concise. I think that everybody will be guided by this. It hasn't been finally adopted yet by the counties, but I anticipate that within the next 30 days. So.
Okay, and just to add on to that, I thought I heard you say that for California Special Districts Association, they had a webinar and you participated in that. Have they published any documents?
There's actually, if you're a member of California Special Districts, which a lot of our county districts are, they now have a website up, and it will be more of a forum that you can go on that and ask questions to that site statewide, just for redevelopment, just for this issue, and log in and access that and be able to get comments from all over the state, including attorneys. And Mr. Ralph Himes is a legislative advocate in Sacramento, has been involved in this for years and years, and he was on the web band the other day, and he's the one with California Special Districts that is keeping an eye on new legislations that's coming down, and I imagine that that type of information will be coming out on pretty much a daily basis as the legislature move into the new laws and the changes that they're trying to push on this. It's follow the money. There's no doubt about it. This is, I likened it the other day to a cow with a calf. You're weaning the calf off and she don't want to go, John. So.
Other questions? No. Other supervisors, any questions? I've got a couple. The training in Oakland that you went to, who sponsored that?
That was put on by a consortium of mostly people that are interested in RDA continuing in its ways. There was lots of five-piece breasted suits, sharks swimming in the blood, looking around and trying to figure out how to get around. But it was a consortium of labor that was putting it on.
But there's no official title to the group?
The CFAX group was involved, and the labor unions were involved because there's so much money out there.
The issue of conflicts, because you do serve on at least one special district, county council, any potential for conflicts there, or would the same answer apply as to Mr. Sakowitz?
No, because the regulations relating to oversight board contemplate that you might have members from other elected bodies, elected officials from other bodies on the board, so on the oversight committee. So I think that's okay.
Okay. Can I just address that, John, to clear? I'm serving as a public member, and I have the public to serve. Mm-hmm. If my position on CSDA or any other organization or Builders Exchange has information to give me, I will use it, but I'm here for one purpose, and that's to serve the public.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And then I'm curious about Supervisor Brown's question of who pays, and you say it's very clear the successor agency, and I just want to clarify that. So the successor agency, because you're saying it is responsible for paying the enforceable obligations, therefore it's important to retain enough funds until they've settled all of those obligations?
And
that's kind of a yes or no.
No, it isn't, because the county has a great deal of obligations here. The county has the obligation to hold this money and to make sure it's done right. The successor is going to lay it out, but then the oversight board's going to look at it, and the controller's going to look at it, and everybody look at it, but the money is actually being held by the county, and you're getting paid for it.
Okay, but my question, if sufficient funds aren't held and there aren't funds available to pay the enforceable obligations, is the successor agency on the hook?
I believe they are.
And then by the same token, if the successor agency approves enforceable obligations and pays out funds, and then that's later successfully challenged, then would the successor agency be responsible for refunding those monies?
I can't answer that. It's not clear enough at this point in time where it's at. But I can give you one example that it could go sideways, because there is in the law there is a $250,000 obligation right off the bat for maintenance and administration of the agency. So your county can pick up $250,000 right off the bat, which the city did. They took it right to the maximum. The maximum can be less if, in fact, they agree to it with the oversight board.
But that's at the option of the former agency.
That's right.
Or no, it's at the option of the successor agency.
Right. But what I'm saying to you is, it looks like to me on some of these very small units, like the county, I don't know if there's 250,000 in there, totally. So, but the state and the legislature in their great wisdom, they put that forward and put that into the thing. So, yes, it could get upside down, but I am hoping that the oversight boards have enough moxie, have enough intelligence to ask the right questions and follow the money. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
So, one more question, and I think the applicants can all indicate this by a show of hands, because it's my understanding the City of Ukiah Oversight Board will be meeting at 4 p.m. today.
That's correct.
Would it
No, that's tomorrow, I'm sorry.
Oh, tomorrow.
At
4 p.m. tomorrow.
And the county's at 1:30.
Would everyone who has applied to serve on the City of Ukiah Oversight Board be able to attend the meeting at 4 p.m. tomorrow? So I see one negative. Mr. Howard, would you be able to attend a meeting at 4 p.m. tomorrow for the Ukiah Oversight? And Ms. Harrington has indicated she would not be able to attend. She will be out of town. With that, we'll bring it back to the board, and we have one appointment to the City of Ukiah Successor Oversight Board and one to the County Oversight Board. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair McCowan. I have to say this. I want to express my disappointment in Ukiah RDA successor agency. It appears we have a process driven by speed without concern of our full participation. This really upsets me. I don't think it's right. And as to the public appointment, I think I want an individual in there that will truly know the process, not necessarily be asked by someone that's already involved in another capacity, I guess is the best way to say it. For instance, I believe it was said that Ms. Harrington already sits on the Mendocino County, and I just have a lot of concern. I think it should be a true public member, and I think it needs to be someone that's very strong. So I would like to put forth Lee Howard in nomination for the Ukiah RDA Oversight Agency.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Brown, second by Supervisor Pinches. Discussion to the motion? No discussion? I would just say that I appreciate everyone who applied, and I think we do have some very well-qualified applicants, and there's probably 3 or 4 here that I could easily support, but we have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? We will vote by the button.
Motion passes unanimously.
And we have one more appointment to the Mendocino County Oversight Board.
I'll make a motion to appoint John Sakowitz.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second.
Motion by Supervisor Pinches, second by Supervisor Brown to appoint Mr. Sakowitz. Discussion to the motion?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I just want to just kind of echo your comments. I'm very thankful to all these people for their public interest. This is not some glamorous thing to do here, but we obviously have people who are willing to put in the time and, have already attended a lot of meetings, read a lot of documents. Let's proceed with the vote.
With that, we will vote by the button.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And thanks again to all the applicants for taking the time to come forward and make yourselves available. Thank you. With that, we will go to a little late, to our 10 o'clock timed item, 5C, Notice Public Hearing, Adoption of Resolution Confirming the Fiscal Year 2012-2013 Annual Report of the Mendocino County Lodging Business Improvement District, thereby levying an annual assessment for the bid in fiscal year 2012-2013, Executive Office sponsor, and we will first establish public notice.
Proper notice has been established.
Thank you. And we will open the public hearing. And has all correspondence or telephone calls been distributed?
All items received have been distributed, yes.
Thank you. And we will go to Deputy CEO Dunnacliff for the presentation.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Steve Dunnacliff, Deputy CEO with the county's Executive Office. The Mendocino County Lodging Business Improvement District, or BID, includes all lodging businesses within the unincorporated and incorporated areas of Mendocino County. This was established in 2006 by the addition of Chapter 5.140 to the Mendocino County Code. The purpose of this is promotion with the goal of increased visitor spending in the county. The bid enables collection of a 1% gross room rent from all assessed lodging businesses in the district. It also requires the county to provide a 50% match to this assessment. Your board appointed a bid advisory board to cause the creation of the annual report that was approved for the coming fiscal year. Today represents the second component of an annual two-part process to renew the bid. On March 13th, a resolution of intention was adopted by this board, which accepted the annual report and set the date and time of today's public hearing. Absent protest by lodging owners today representing 51% of the bid assessment, you are asked to close the hearing and confirm your earlier acceptance of the annual report, thereby levying the assessment and continuing the bid in the fiscal year 2011-12. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Dunnacliff? Supervisor Pinches.
Just out of curiosity, what's this California Streets and Highways Code have to do with this?
That's, go ahead.
Through the chair, that's the section of law that allows for the Business Improvement District to be established.
Why is it under the Streets and Highway Code?
Well, it's in the Street and Highway Code because there are lighting districts and bids relating to, business improvement districts that deal with improvements to sidewalks and that sort of thing. So that's why it's in that section.
Are you looking for logic in the law?
A never-ending quest.
So
I can't even but go by the ones we got.
Any other questions of staff at this time? So we will hear from the public. Are there any members of the public who would like to address the board on this issue? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the board. And is there a motion?
I'll make a motion, and I'd like to make a comment along with that motion.
Second.
This at one time was a very
So we can make the comment.
high profile.
We do have a second.
This at one time was a very high pro issue, and for not even anybody come up under and speak on it, it's kind of I guess it's settled in as an acceptable direction.
Other comments to the motion, Supervisor
Yeah,
Hamburg?
I just want to second what Johnny said, and I see Robert out there and Scott, and I want to thank them both for all the work they put into VMC and Robert's work with the skunk train, and really appreciate the work you're doing, and particularly the degree of consensus that you two and others who are part of VMC and the Promotional Alliance have managed to pull together in this county. So thank you.
I got one question.
Supervisor Pinches.
Is there a nice sign at the north end of the county? Is it at the south end?
So, Mr. Snyder, are you able to answer that? And the follow-up would be, if not, why not?
Please tell me yes. Or tell me it's on the way.
Actually, we're going to be working with the whole Confusion Hill project and make a sign, obviously, and hopefully a whole visitor
Yeah,
component.
but that Confusion Hill project's actually off of the highway.
Right.
I'd like to see something on the highway.
Yes.
Yeah, it could say you are entering the state of confusion.
We are.
Called Mendocino
I like that,
County.
Brother Hammer. Yes, it is our
No,
intent.
it's a county of confusion,
Well,
the state of dysfunction.
County of
So
confusion.
we have a volunteer for
Have it
your
your way.
promotions committee.
There you go. No, it is our intent at every gateway to the county to have one of those signs. And we are kind of waiting to work with Supervisor Smith and whoever else on the Confusion Hill to see where and when that sign can.
Very
be.
nice sign.
Thank you.
And please identify yourself for the record.
Oh, sorry. Scott Schneider, President and CEO of Visit Mendocino County Incorporated.
Thank you. And I think it's largely a tribute to Mr. Snyder and also the other people who have been working on this issue that this has gone from historically being a very contentious issue to now being apparently pretty much non-controversial. So,
Well, let's vote and see.
yeah, so we do have a motion on the floor by Supervisor Pinches, second by Supervisor Brown, and we will vote by the button.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I was waiting to make just a comment.
Oh, Supervisor
Before the
Smith.
motion. I just wanted to make sure that we also recognize Joe Bradley. She's a local owner, and she's been involved since day one with the bid process. So she's here as well, and I think it's actually a good note when people really don't feel that they need to come forward and speak. So it's thank you all.
And also, I'm aware you're having discussions of possibly reorganizing so that you would only need to seek approval once every 5 years, and I certainly think that would be in order. So I encourage you to, move forward on that, and it'd be a much more efficient use of everyone's time, probably.
Yeah, but if we'd done that every 5 years, I'd never get a sign up at North End.
I don't know if I like that.
Keep the heat on.
I like to keep the heat on, exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you. So with that, we will go, well, that's why there's 5 of us up here. So we will go to our 10:15 timed item, again, a little late. Item number 6B, adoption of resolution adopting Mendocino County volunteer policy, terms of workers' compensation coverage for county volunteers, and superseding resolution number 94043 regarding workers' compensation coverage. And we will go first to...
The volunteer thing with NCS.
And we will go first to Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair McCowan. I'm trying to look, which item?
6B.
It was B, okay. I didn't mark it, and
It's way back there.
I was enjoying listening to Supervisor Pinches and his comments. Okay. Yes, this is an effort to promote community volunteerism, and NCO, North Coast Opportunities, I think I have brought it to the attention of the board under reports a while back. And I'd like to point out, first of all, that when we went through our February 2011 budget balancing strategies and decision-making criteria, we talked about volunteer programs, and it falls under one section of our strategic budget actions. And I think we have found that many times volunteers, it may be retired individuals, it may be individuals that want to volunteer to gain experience in jobs for their resumes to go forward to find jobs. And I think this whole change in welcoming volunteers, especially at a county level in strategic positions where they can help and assist staff. We all know of how hard it is right now. We're not filling positions. We have many staff members that need to get some help, and it's a perfect situation to move forward on. And this is an opportunity for us to surface them as this program goes forward. And we heard yesterday when we did the proclamation for Child Abuse Prevention Month how needy volunteers are in those programs. But you look all over the spectrum, and there's ways that volunteers can really make a difference for all of us within the county and our partners in the community, the nonprofits. So I'm going to stop there and let staff go forward with your presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I would just like to make one quick comment. First of all, I'd like to thank not only North Coast Opportunities Executive Director Wes Winter, Tammy Bartholomew. I'd like to thank all of our department heads and staff, particularly Ms. Meek, who has worked on the volunteer policy. And I'd like to clarify one thing. On your agenda summary, the 6B agenda summary, under fiscal impact, it lists a cost. There's no cost to the volunteer policy. And so the agenda summary had been revised a few times. We went back and forth on this item. We will have a contract with North Coast Opportunities to provide some critical services around volunteers for us. But as far as the policy, there's no cost to the policy. I just wanted to clarify that.
But there would be the cost if we implement the policy and follow through.
No, we will have a volunteer policy no matter what. The contract with North Coast Opportunities is separate and aside from the volunteer policy. What you're approving today is a volunteer policy.
Supervisor Pinches.
Well, I think you're right. There's no cost in a volunteer policy. But if we move forward, like, for instance, the Reserve Deputy Volunteer Program, that would involve a cost to get these volunteers up to a training status, right?
Well,
they would have to go through like post-training classes.
That would be separate than what we're doing here today.
Policy,
and it's also separate from the North Coast Opportunities contract.
But I just think it's important. I'll speak later on it.
Well, just to clarify, though, we implement the policy, we have volunteers come forward, and then if we're covering workers' comp or other expenses, I mean, ultimately, if the volunteer program is successful, I assume there'd be some cost to the county. Are you saying something different?
What I'm saying is that the volunteer policy as it is today, and I would ask Chief Counsel if she thinks she needs to correct me, but the volunteer policy that you are approving is just that. It is a volunteer policy.
Understood, but once the programs are up and operating, will there be a cost to the county or not?
Just by way of background, we've been using volunteers in this county for a long time. And generally, under the law, if we have a volunteer, the county is liable for to indemnify the volunteer and for workers' compensation. We've never had a policy with respect to how you manage the volunteers. We finally now have one, and that's before you. This volunteer policy requires Human Resources to be in charge of managing the volunteers. Human Resources can then contract with an outside agency to handle that aspect, the management aspect. And I think that's what's contemplated is that, and I've reviewed a contract between HR and NCO for 1 year to do that. This volunteer policy doesn't cover reserve deputies and those volunteers that are already provided to the county through other outside agencies or other MOUs with the county. For instance, the Point Arena Library volunteers, we have a separate MOU with them. Covelo Library, we have a separate MOU with them. There are volunteers that come to the county through the college district or through, I've used volunteers through the law school. Those folks are required to comply with the policies and the prohibited activity portion of the volunteer policy, but they're not going to be managed through NCO as part of their contract.
Well, and nobody seems to want to answer the question, but once Human Resources contracts with NCO or whoever, there will be a cost to the county.
There'll be a
Correct.
cost for the contract, for the management, but as part of the contract that I've approved between HR and NCO, for those volunteers that are provided by NCO and managed by NCO, NCO is going to cover the workers' compensation costs.
Thank you. Supervisor Brown.
That's why I wanted to go to staff to do the presentations. Okay, thank you.
And we will do that. So, Director.
But this policy puts us forward in a position. I think it's an important policy to have. But the details, I think staff will come forth with.
So, Director Meek.
Good morning, Chair McCowan and Supervisors. Pat Meek, Human Resources Director. I apologize for the oversight on the agenda summary. There is a distinction, and I'll explain that shortly. I have with me Tammy Bartlemay from North Coast Opportunities. She's the Program Director of the NCO Volunteer Hands-On Network. So I am pleased to be here today to present the new Mendocino County Volunteer Policy and to be in partnership with North Coast Opportunities. It is our intention to formalize our existing volunteer program and to establish standards of service. We do have a strong group of volunteer support in our county at the museum, the library, animal care, etc. So we have a volunteer program. What we're doing is adding structure and support to make sure that all our bases are covered in terms of training, orientation, tracking service hours, and that sort of thing. So what we did is we formed a work group of stakeholder department representatives from the Health and Human Services Agency, which included animal care and their staff resources, the library, General Services Agency, the sheriff, and the CEO's office. And then Tammy worked with us and played a key role in providing support and lent her expertise as we worked out the details of a volunteer policy and our partnership with NCO. As part of our development process, we conducted a survey with all of our department heads to gauge their current use and potential use of volunteers, and the survey results clearly showed that the department heads are interested in securing volunteer placements, which is something that we will be working with NCO on. And it is important to make a distinction that when we talk about the volunteer program coordination with the Hands-On Network through NCO, that we are talking about members of our community who wish to provide service to the county. We are not talking about individuals who are already in a program with an external agency such as Goodwill or the Community College or Sonoma State, intern programs, work experience trainees, and that sort of thing. However, they are expected to comply with the standards that and prohibitions that we have outlined in the policy. It's also important to note that the county volunteers are not intended to, nor can replace any current employee positions or impair the employment of a county position. And this is very important, and these standards will be carefully enforced and monitored by the department heads and human resources. We will be entering into a contract with North Coast Opportunities Hands-On Network to coordinate our volunteer program under the direction of Human Resources, and the cost of that contract will be annually $20,198, and that's what you have on the agenda summary, which was an error. The Hands-On Network will provide structure and support to our county program. We don't have the resources to provide the level of support we need to conduct a responsible volunteer program. They will provide targeted recruitment services, volunteer screening and replacement, tracking of volunteers and service hours, and will provide workers' comp coverage for volunteers placed through their program. Tammy will work with the department heads specifically on an individual basis to tailor the program to meet their specific department needs, and will provide training and volunteer recognition as well. Our next steps in terms of implementing the policy, once we have your support, is Tammy will be attending a department head meeting in May to discuss with them the opportunities and to set up individual meetings for those who wish to pursue that. We will be working with HR staff and the Hands-On program to figure out transition for our current volunteers to the Hands-On Network program. Tammy and our staff will also be developing a reporting system so that we can track our volunteer service hours. And also HR is planning to place a link to the Hands-On Network for volunteer service on our HR website to direct potential volunteers to the network. So at that point, I'll have Tammy add her remarks, And again, I want to say that we're looking forward to building on what is already a successful partnership and growing that. And after Tammy speaks, we can answer any questions.
Hi, thank you. We're really excited at North Coast Opportunities to increase the volunteer efforts for the county. So I thought today I would talk a little bit about some of the successes we've already had with the county. Currently, I've been working with Sergeant Barney in the Sheriff's Department with Community Emergency Response Team, our CERTs. We've been doing that for 6 years now. We have educated over 10,000 residents on how to be ready for a disaster. During the lightning fires, NCO became the Spontaneous Volunteer Center, which meant that all the emergency personnel could direct volunteers to us, so they were able to do their job. In one day, we received 990 phone calls and inquiries on our website of people from throughout California looking to volunteer during the fires. We also were successful in having our CERT teams go out during the fire. Our Brook Trails CERT went out and they were able to help the Brook Trails area with evacuation by putting notices on how people should be prepared for evacuation. And recently, the Search and Rescue asked for the Brook Trails CERT to be called out for a missing gentleman. And they were able to go door to door with flyers and ask if people had seen this gentleman, if they had not, or if they did, to call the appropriate person. We also assist with public health with disaster healthcare volunteers, and that's where we recruit medical professionals to sign up on this website. We were very active during the H1N1 mass vaccination clinics. We were able to recruit volunteers and nurses to help during those clinics. We also provided volunteers to help with traffic control, intake, and other processes. Currently, NCO is working with the Sheriff's Office in writing the functional needs disaster plan for Mendocino County. We will complete that by August. And we're currently also working with the Sheriff's Department and Animal Control in writing the large animal disaster plan. Did you know that on April 15th, it's National Volunteer Week? So I hope you're taking the time to recognize those volunteers that are already working for you and providing a great service. And just a little history, we currently have 116 organizations we work with in it, with volunteers. There are over 1,000 volunteers registered. Of those volunteers, 600 of them are over the age 55. They provided in 2011 120,000 hours of service, which is a great asset to our community. So we've had, some great successes. I'm currently working with the Sheriff's Office. We're bringing in a 3-county disaster preparedness idea. So we're working with Humboldt and Sonoma County to better prepare our community for emergency preparedness. So we're really excited about this, and we're looking forward to it.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Director Meek or Ms. Bartolome at this time? Supervisor Pinchas.
I guess I have a question of County Council. Will, the way I read this policy, if we have a sheriff or the sheriff decides to create a reserve deputy program, this policy allows that to happen, right?
Well, actually, the reserve deputies are excluded from this policy, and the
Not
sheriff
according to
has
the wording here. If you go to the page 2 under types of volunteers, it addresses public safety volunteer.
Yeah, that's not intended to cover reserve deputies. That's intended to cover
So you're saying
other
this
aspects.
policy won't allow for the sheriff to set up a reserve deputy program?
Not through this policy, no. He can do that anyway. In fact, I think he has
That's my
a program.
point.
Yeah.
That's my question. This will not restrict the sheriff from setting up.
No,
Okay.
absolutely not.
Similarly, in the issue of Department of Transportation, it's clear to me in this policy that our Department of Transportation can have volunteers do different functions if they so need.
Yes.
In there.
Yes.
That's the two elements.
Right.
It's really, I mean, I understand we're already doing it at the museum and the library and thing, and have been doing it for quite some time. But I don't want to make this policy restrictive to some departments.
No, it's not.
Because as time moves on, I think, for instance, our road department, we have functions that we do. We clearly don't have the money or the staffing to do them actually, like flagmen on the roads and whatnot. So if we could, you could call them volunteers, or lots of times we have a lot of people through the court system that are assigned public service, to do so many hours of community service.
Right.
And if they fit the criteria of Department of Transportation, in some areas of the county, they might utilize this volunteer program.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure the policy allows them to do that.
Right. But overall, what's restrictive is we have to be very careful that we're not replacing employees with volunteers.
I understand. And Tim, will you make sure that's part of the record?
Supervisor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Meek, you talked about the transition of existing employees into this plan, and then council referenced a number that have separate contracts. Could you give us a little more information on who and who would not be transitioned? To me, that part still is not really very clear, and there are probably many different arenas, areas where we use volunteers. How are you going to ascertain if someone's going to transition to this or not?
Well, that's why it's a next step, but yes, we know we need to figure that out, and we'll be working with department heads to identify their volunteer rosters and identify who is appropriate to then be registered with the hands-on network, and those who are under a separate entity in terms of a different placement or under a different MOU.
Okay, so, and do you already have the protocols in place so employees are not supplanted, the concern the Supervisor Pinches voiced?
Yes, and we will be working with department heads specifically on that.
Will that be something that you'll develop and we can see copies of?
Yes,
I mean,
we
I
can
think that
develop
would
a
be good to
protocol
know
that you could see.
what those protocols are.
Yes.
Good. And I think it's a great idea, and I think it's, NCO is always a great partner. And so I think it's a really good idea. I think we just need more of the details put in place. Thank you.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair McCowan. I just think this is an excellent opportunity, and we do need the policy. We haven't had one, and that's what we're really focused on now, to move this forward. But I think it is an excellent opportunity when we look at the partnership with NCO to engage our community in the volunteer network. So I'd like to move the recommended motion for the board to adopt the resolution adopting the Mendocino County Volunteer Policy, Terms of Workers' Compensation Coverage, and superseding Board Resolution 94-043 regarding workers' compensation insurance coverage for county volunteers, and authorize the chair to sign the same.
Second.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Brown, second by Supervisor Smith, and we did have some other markers up, so we'll go first to Supervisor Pinches.
I just have a fiscal question. This $20,198 contract is out of the Executive Office's budget. What is there, assuming there's no additional revenues, what are you not going to do to fund this $20,198 contract?
Well, through the chair, there's a lot I haven't done in my office due to not having positions. This $20,000 was available this year, will be available next year. I think that I don't know that I could say, what aren't we doing? We have a specific number of staff. That's all we have. We've had salary savings from vacant positions, so that's what we'll be using for this.
And you anticipate that going on out for next year?
I think that...
Because next year it'll be a full year cost.
I think that if we were going to hire a volunteer coordinator, we would be paying a lot more than $20,000. So I see this as a certainly value added to the county, and I think that we'll have the $21,000 going forward for 12-13 at least. You know, some of the comments and the questions by this board, you know, if you look at the departments that utilize volunteers, they have active advisory boards and some type of auxiliary to bring in those volunteers. If you look at this kiosk we've had out here for a year, I've only had about 4 volunteers out there. So, you know, this will certainly augment what we're doing. And we have the dollars.
I thought you were going to say you were going to transfer it out of the Board of Supervisors budget because it's
You don't have the money in your budget, Supervisor
We're actually under
Pinches.
budget $50,000 at our last,
At mid-year?
At mid-year, we
Yeah.
were under
Well,
budget
the year's not over yet, Supervisor Pinches.
And CEO Angelo, did you have additional comments?
No, thank you, Chair.
One question I had in the case of people doing community service, I assume they would just fall under the general volunteer category, or?
You know, I am not sure on that, and we can check for you. My understanding is community service is a separate program with separate placement, so would not be coming through the volunteer program. Do you have, but they can. So
Okay.
looks like we need to figure that one out.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, discussion, comment? And we will go to public comment too, my oversight not getting there sooner. So we will go to public comment at this time.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Carl Carr. I'm a SEIU Local 10-1 representative representing the public service workers here in the Mendocino County. The union just wanted to come up and just share with you that we're supportive of the volunteers and volunteerism and are very glad to see a policy in place for this. It's good moving forward, good business sense moving forward. It's also good for the community as well as for the volunteers. It provides for, like Supervisor Brown had said, an opportunity to really grow your resume, grow your abilities, and take part in the community or the county organization. And also, many of our current members are already participating in volunteer work, and they see the value in this work as well. It's a very beneficial program, and we hope that moving forward, it doesn't have the slippery slope that could be the volunteers taking the place of the FTEs. And I know you've already discussed that, and Supervisor Pinch just made a comment about that as well to get it on the record. And so the union as well just wanted to make sure that we got that on the record, that we understand the value of volunteerism, but we also understand the value of having full-time employees doing the jobs of full-time employees. And also, in conclusion, I would like to request, if possible, that the union receive a current total number of volunteers that are working here with the county, if that's possible. And thank you for your time, and thank you for allowing the public comment.
Thank you. And we have a question from Supervisor Pinches.
Actually, yesterday we approved 11 positions, some part-time positions for the library system. And I would like to hope that a lot of these that were people that were longtime volunteers in our library system would somehow be the first that we would look at to hire to put on as county employees, even though they're part-term. Is that...
So that was just a comment.
Carmel, can you...
Thank you.
I'd like for you to hear this.
Thanks, Carl.
About yesterday, we hired 11 positions at the library system.
Well, today, actually.
Yes,
Actually,
well,
today.
I can assure you that...
That volunteers in that system should
Yeah.
somehow be to the, I mean, if we have somebody that's volunteered in our library system for 5 or 6 years, that they should be on, at least on top of the list to get hired.
Yeah, I can assure this board that since I sign off on the hiring, that Melanie Lightbody has taken her volunteers and has given them positions within the county system. So I think we could look at it as a good way to segue into the county system. So that absolutely is being done within the library system.
And I think that's important for our labor unions to realize that.
So is there additional public comment? Anyone here wishing to comment on this item, please come forward. Seeing no one else come forward, we do appreciate all the work that was done on this by NCO, North Coast Opportunities, and county staff, and it is good to have a policy in place. And I think the cost of it is, as you say, value added, because I think it also puts us in a better position with regard to potential liability. I think we were probably a lot more vulnerable without the policy. So, any closing comments? We will vote by the button. Thank you.
Motion passes unanimously.
And we've caught up to our 11 o'clock timed item. And Mr. Parker, Deputy Director of Transportation, noticed public hearing, item 5G, consider adoption of a mitigated negative declaration in compliance with CEQA requirements for replacement of bridge number 10C0084 on School Way, County Road 236, over the West Fork of the Russian River, and if appropriate, approve resolution adopting said mitigated negative declaration. And do we have proper notice?
Proper notice has been established.
The public hearing is opened. Has all correspondence been distributed?
Yes, it has.
Thank you. And we will hear the staff presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bob Parker, the Assistant Transportation Director, and I am the project manager for a Schoolway Bridge Replacement Project. Schoolway Bridge is one of the 3 remaining seismic retrofit projects we have in the county's program. The other 2 being Moore Street Bridge in Calpella and Eureka Hill Road Bridge in the Point Arena area. This bridge will be replaced by a structure upstream or north of the existing bridge. The existing bridge has been found to be not only seismically deficient, but also hydraulically deficient. So we'll be killing 2 birds with 1 stone, so to speak. And the NEPA process is going on concurrently with CEQA. So we're now at a stage that we're opening it up to the public hearing. We've had a couple of public information meetings on this project, one in the recent past, about a year ago, and one several years ago, before Caltrans had to renege on its commitment to fund the local share of the project cost. So as a result of these public hearings, these public information meetings, we were able to incorporate various features. The primary one, I think, is that we concurred with the need to keep the bridge open throughout the construction of the new bridge. This is especially important for fire protection and other emergency response requirements. And we've done our best to incorporate the comments of the community. They are, of course, interested in the project. And I think we have a few representatives from Redwood Valley here today. They might want to make some comments.
Thank you. Are there questions of Deputy Director Parker, Supervisor
This bridge
Pinches?
is going to be funded under the federal bridge program?
It's got several sources of funding, Mr. Supervisor. HBP, the Highway Bridge Program, is a primary source. There's also funding from Prop 1B that is going into it, and of course the road fund.
This bridge, by just looking at the bridge, and I've never been underneath it, when was this bridge built? It's not that old a bridge.
It's not that old a bridge, but if you look underneath it, you'll be startled because you'll see the pile caps and then the support structure. The channel is degrading, and that's one thing that's being incorporated in the design.
So in other words, when it was built, it was designed poorly for the conditions of the river there.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't cast aspersions at my fellow engineers. But for one thing,
I don't think many of them are around right now. You don't have to worry about that, Bob.
There's a lot of unknown circumstances when the bridge was first designed that have now become obvious.
Because I've had several people there. I frequent Vic's quite a bit in Redwood Valley, and a lot of people are saying, what are they doing building that bridge? It's not that old.
If they were to take a look underneath of it, they would understand.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair McGill. And yes, Redwood Valley County Water District is here, and you know it's going to be quite a cost to them. It's from $200,000 to $250,000, and with the change of the bridge. And I'll let Bill Kohler address that if he so desires. One of the concerns I had. And Supervisor Pinches, actually, this is a very good thing for the river. It's taking it out of the river, and Mr. Parker is absolutely correct about the problems with it. And I did attend a public meeting where it was, you know, a lot of that information was shared. But I have a concern, and it has has to do with NOAA Fisheries.
Yes, ma'am.
And their return letter, I just wanted to comment on the fact that when I went through it, talked about the West Fork of the Russian River, and they not only talked about steelhead as listed fish, but also Chinook and coho salmon. And whereas historically Chinook was known to go up that high. It isn't in recent history, but to my knowledge, there has never been coho. I just get upset. I realize this comment document, but it makes me upset because then that establishes that coho were there, and we all know coho wasn't. So anyway, that's my little comment on that, and I don't know as though you can change anything, but it does upset me when I find out, it's like saying in one of the documents, coho recovery documents, saying it's the agriculture on Pudding Creek that contributes to the demise of listed fish. And I know that's not true because there's not that type of agriculture up Pudding Creek and some of the other rivers that were noted in that particular document. But that's my own opinion. So how do you respond, Howard?
My response to that would be, as a practical matter, the restriction for steelhead is the greatest. In other words, if you looked at a critical path, it's the worst because they over summer rear where the coho come in the fall, leave in the spring. So when you're looking at a mitigation measure, mitigate negative deck before you, the department's contractor and permits would be no less restrictive if coho weren't a consideration. The steelhead are the dominant restriction because they're over summer. The way we'll do this is we'll either be in a dry condition or a condition where we dewater pursuant to a permit, and then isolate the areas where we'll have certain construction activity. So I don't see it as a practical matter. It won't change the project impacts.
And I understand. That's a gripe I have, and actually with this bridge, be a better situation for fish.
Supervisor Pinches.
It doesn't show on the summary sheet. What is the projected cost of this with all the different funding? It doesn't show what the cost estimate is.
I can't believe we didn't put that in there, Bob.
I hate to admit it, but I lost the figure.
Yeah. I think the total project, as I recall, is in the $2.5 million range.
I was remembering
Right.
2.3 million.
Right.
Okay. I was just curious, what do you estimate the county road fund cost to be?
Well, I could try to take a stab at that. This one is a very good project in that after we get through the preliminary engineering phase, it'll actually have funding from federal highways and then a Prop 1B fund for the state to finish the seismic retrofit program. The county has to finish paying 20% of the phase we're in, the design, plus the increment for full construction, and it's in our budget from 2008-9, because I put it in that year's budget when you approved it, and I'm thinking it's right around a couple $100,000 of our 1B allocation that the county got.
And that money set aside in your road fund?
That's set aside. That's part of what's sitting in the fund balance that everyone gets excited about.
Okay.
And that's been there since 2009. We've just had trouble getting, through the environmental process in this. I will, to your earlier comments too about why a full replacement. This program was started after the Loma Prieta quake in 1989 when so many structures were damaged. And what the engineers realized was that though California bridges had good seismic design standards, they didn't always hold up well in that particular earthquake. So this whole program started after that. And the idea was if they could retrofit these bridges, make them withstand an earthquake, there would be a net savings in value. On the other hand, a bridge like this, as Assistant Director Parker pointed out, which has a scour problem, and I might add the scour came after the bridge was built. I don't think that was a design flaw. I think the Russian River degraded for other reasons. And to put a lot of expensive retrofit features on a bridge that had a scour problem, it just made sense to do a full replacement. So there's a series of things that make the replacement make sense versus spending money on a seismic retrofit.
The next question, when is this estimated time of construction?
We're looking at next construction season, 2013. It may require demolition of the existing bridge, the old bridge at that time, the following construction season.
Is there any private right-of-way that needs to be acquired for this?
Very minor amount, sir.
And that's paid for by the county part, right?
No, at that point, we will have this other funding from the state, and it'll be 100% funded through federal and state funds.
I see you're going to go some improvements clear across the railroad tracks. You know, the roughest part of that road right now is that existing railroad crossing. Are you going to tear out the tracks? Are you going to put expensive new railroad crossing in, or what's going to happen there? You see Caltrans in several locations, they just took up the rail and paved it, which is a lot smoother and a lot cheaper.
It'll be replacement panels, similar to what is there now, but it'll be shifted to the north somewhat. And unfortunately, the new panels aren't the same configuration as the existing ones, so we're going to have to get new panels throughout that crossing.
What about the option of just paving it over like Caltrans does?
I wouldn't suggest we do that because right now the grant funds are paying for rehabbing the railroad crossing, and if the train did come back, we'd have to pay to restore the tracks. So let's have the tracks put back now with the grant money.
So, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair McCowan. If there aren't further questions, I don't know if Redwood Valley would like to share.
I did have some questions.
Okay.
And I did want to clarify, so we do have grant money to move forward with the rail crossing rehabilitation?
That was made part of the scope of this project, so that will be part of the total package when we proceed.
So it's just
if I could, just to clarify, the bulk of that's going to be HBP, Highway Bridge Program funding, and then a certain component will be the Prop 1B funding.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
One area I'm concerned about, and I have been under the bridge, and it's kind of disgusting, actually. I haven't been under there recently, but I don't imagine conditions have improved. Bridges, by default, wind up being the choice of habitat of some of our homeless individuals, and a good way to reduce the negative impacts which result in a lot of garbage, human waste, etc., going into the waters of the state is to place riprap up against the abutments of the bridge, not in the stream channel, of course, not necessarily even on the banks, but up against the abutments, which there's often a relatively flat spot, level place, and placing riprap big enough that an individual can't conveniently lift it up and throw it out of the way is a good way to reduce the impacts. Is it too late to build a feature like that into this project?
It's not too late, and we'll look into that.
I actually had this question from Supervisor McCowan on other bridges. The Federal Highway Program commissions, as part of this design, a 100-year and 500-year flood study. So there's an established freeboard above the flood, the ultimate flood, where rock slope protection is routinely placed, and just about every bridge we do places that. Your concern is the little portion above that area to the soffit of the bridge, which can be, 3, 4, 5 feet. The The answer I got when I asked about it was there's a pretty good chance that that would be a non-participating cost. So that would be something the county would have to come in and do with our own funds. I don't think that would be extremely expensive, but that would be the only issue there. We would probably have to fund above that designated free board with our own road funds.
Well, and I think it would be probably a relatively small cost. We're talking about a relatively small amount of material. Supervisor Brown, and then we will go to public comment.
Okay, thank you. I was going to follow up. Just whenever the county goes forward on projects, you know, there are costs perhaps to other entities that you may not think about. And that's why I would very much like for the county water, Redwood Valley County Water District to be able to come up and just tell us what they're going to be doing with their water lines and, you know, the plans that they have had to make in order for this new bridge to go in. So I don't know if it's during the public comment process with this, if you would like it, a presentation.
So we will hear from the Redwood Valley County Water District as part of our public comment, but we'll, I think, hold off on the timer.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity. It is my understanding that since our water line is in the public utility easement, we pay the cost of relocation exclusively. If any money falls out of the sky, we'll be happy to take it. What we have done in preparation is we have installed a series of 4 valves in order to isolate we actually have 2 water lines going across the bridge, one domestic and one irrigation. And we've pre-installed the valves they're going to be necessary for us to isolate that piece. The irrigation line is not much of an issue because we backfeed in from a couple of other lines, and so that's not a problem. The domestic will probably end up relocating a couple of individual house meters, but we'll muddle through. Will basically, our plan is to isolate and temporarily just abandon those 2 water lines until the bridge is in and then install a new line. And yes, our estimated cost is $200,000 to $250,000.
Supervisor Pinches.
To replace 2 water lines across that bridge, $250,000, I think you need a new engineer.
Well, that's not an engineering study. That's essentially a guesstimate based on lineal feet of pipe. And it's, unfortunately, it's going to be fairly expensive pipe. It has to be ductile iron pipe to run through the bridge itself, so it actually penetrates the bridge and goes through the cells. As I said, we've already installed the valves. There will also be some EBA fittings which allow movement.
Why would the pipe have to go through the bridge? Couldn't it go underneath it, alongside of it?
The current design for this type of bridge is that they actually do go into the bridge. They're running through the bridge.
Well, that's my point. Engineers never look at the cost. They design everything the Cadillac way. But I can't believe 2 water pipes, and they're not oil pipes, they're water pipes, cost $250,000.
Aren't there meters?
They're all restrained joints, ductile iron. So it's actually a fairly long run, but that's just penciling it out with getting a price from our typical vendor and then adding in some cost for the installation. I'm pretty sure that that's what it's going to cost, and the way it's being handled in order to attempt to save money is it will be a line item on the bid, so that we won't be mobilizing a second contractor and running into delays.
But to do this way, this is not a requirement of the Department of Transportation. I mean, they're open for other ways to put pipes across that bridge.
I'll be more than happy to contact Mendo DOT and discuss this issue, but this is normally how they are done. That's how it was done on the bridge that connects east to west at Tomkai. That the pipe is actually in the bridge.
Well, I know the way it's done, but this cost is going to be passed on to the ratepayers.
The majority of the cost is actually the pipe itself, the pipe and the fittings.
I know, but ultimately, any cost that you have in that water district is going to be passed on to the ratepayers. Somebody's got to pay the bill.
That is correct.
I can't believe $250,000 to put 2 pipes across the bridge.
It's that's pretty much what it penciled out.
And did we have a comment from?
Well, I think, Bob Parker, I would just say this, that the utilities are accommodated by these bridge designs in that there are access manholes, and there will be extra, there's cells, hollow cells within the bridge, and knockouts for even future expansion. Like, let's say somebody came along someday with broadband or, you know, some kind of other utility. I mean, we have all the utilities. We want them in the bridge. They can be accessed through utility access points. What you'll see around older structures is where utilities have been attached to the edges and sides of bridges. And I don't know that that's any less expensive. I mean, we would consider it, but it's been pretty much the standard procedure that having all the utilities within these access points, the bridge is hollow, is a very good way to get utilities across the structure like that. The utility company could go get their own easements and do a line under the river or something, but then they'd be going through the process. We are design, environmental. This way, they're all just dovetailed into our project. So I think we, we do accommodate all the utilities quite well with these bridge designs.
One comment, this is Bob Parker. It'd be a lot less expensive to construct it the way we've got it designed rather than try to trench around the bridge or trench underneath. That'd be very expensive.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's not going to happen. The rough rule of thumb for pipeline replacement is $1 per inch. And we've got 22 inches of pipe. We've got a 10 and a 12. So at $22 per inch, the cost of the pipe itself adds up in a hurry. So
Is the board prepared to put up $250,000 to do this?
we have been discussing it in our board for some time, and it's on the agenda again for this coming board meeting. That, yeah, we're looking at $200,000 to $250,000. If it's less, great. And we've done all the work that we can in-house by installing the valves. So that's as far as we can take it.
Supervisor Smith, did you have a question of Mr. Kohler?
No.
Supervisor Brown, do you have a question of Mr. Kohler? So, and we will ask you to identify yourself for the record, please.
Bill Kohler, General Manager, Redwood Valley Water.
Koehler.
It
Correct.
is.
Thank you very much. So,
Bill.
Supervisor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, wait, if I may. Is there any other public comment to this item? Please come forward. Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we should really move this along. It reminds me of the discussion we had once upon a time about the Simpson Lane roundabout. There were board concerns about the money being spent and the process and any number of things, but it was a project of opportunity, really, and this looks like it's a similar one. I think we're lucky in this case, and Mr. Shield, you brought a number of these to us, that we've got 3 funding sources to move this project forward, and it's sounding like it's going to cost about the same amount of money that the Simpson Lane roundabout cost to the county road fund, which was a few $100,000. So it seems like really a needed project. It's going to be helpful environmentally, as Supervisor Brown pointed out, and we should move it forward.
Supervisor Brown.
Are we going to close the public hearing so we can
Before
go
we
forward?
vote, we will.
Okay.
Are you ready to make a motion?
I was.
Well, then make a motion.
Okay. The motion is to is the recommended motion. I'm trying to reword it here. So I'll just say that. And it's to conduct the public hearing, of course, to consider the information, but it is by resolution to adopt a mitigated negative declaration for the project and authorize the Director of Transportation to file the applicable notice of determination.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Brown, second by Supervisor Smith. Any further discussion? I would just add, I would hope that we would have not merely a commitment to look into the riprap, but a commitment to do the riprap. It doesn't sound like it's that much of an issue, so hopefully that'll be part of the project going forward. Supervisor Pinches.
I will support this, but very reluctantly for two reasons. One is I like to know what the actual cost to the county, and it doesn't show anything about what the, even a projected road fund cost is going to be. The other point is I'm just real reluctant to put this kind of a cost. I agree the bridge needs to be, but I think there needs to be other alternatives looked at. Maybe it's putting the pipe at a different location upstream or downstream or do something. I just can't accept $250,000 to put two pipes across the bridge. But I will support. I want the bridge, I don't want it to fall in.
And I'm confident, based on the discussion, that if there's any feasible alternative, the department and the district are going to be looking at that. But it sounds like it's going to be a lot more expensive if they were to move away from the bridge.
And the main reason I'm supporting it is I don't, after a stressful day, I don't want to leave here and go to Vic's and find out the bridge fell in.
You wouldn't be able to get there, sir.
That's a very practical consideration. We will close the public hearing and we will vote by the button.
Thank you.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And Director DeShield, don't go too far. So we also have item 5H, work plan options for alternate leachate disposal, engineering and permitting, Casper, Laytonville, and South Coast landfills. Department of Transportation, the sponsor. Director DeShield.
Certainly. Good morning, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Howard DeShield, Director of County Transportation. I have written a fairly lengthy letter that hopefully makes somewhat sense. What I'm here before you today to do is simply get direction on a course of action, a work plan. I would come back to this board before we would actually enter into any kind of agreements to spend money or hire consultants. But part of the direction is I feel that even though I will come back to this board, I think that building into the budget, which my staff is working on right now, some allocation for a project along these lines makes sense. Doesn't mean the board has to spend the money, but I think we should build it into our budget process right now. But I wanted to hear from you and have some input. We also did discuss this at the Joint Coordinating Committee, and the suggestion there was basically, as I understood it, where I listed the alternative motion, which would be to do some early fatal flaws type analysis before I move forward with, say, looking for a consultant to do an alternate leachate disposal at Casper or any of our other landfills. I have done a little cursory review and talked to a couple consultants that are very interested in this project. And of the options I list in my letter, a lot of the experts are telling me that they really think, and when I refer to the options, it would be number 4 in my letter, the option to put the treated leachate into some kind of a leach field. People think is a feasible alternative out there and something that might provide a good alternative. But the JCC asked me to think a little bit about what the infiltration rates of the soil were in the area and what the possibilities were there before we spent a lot of extra time. I did talk to a private consultant that does perk tests in the area, and their worst case scenario they thought would be maybe a ½ an inch an hour perk rate, and just doing a very simple analysis, I looked at what our worst weekend was, a real wet weekend where we tend to have a lot of this leachate come out of the system. And when I penciled that all through, it looked like an acre of land would be enough to absorb with a 2-to-1 factor of safety that amount. So I do think it's feasible. That's why I recommended the motion I did, which is that we just move forward with having someone who can work through the permitting requirements and the design requirements to really put a project together for us, come on board. But if the board would like, I could do some more cursory review and come back to you with some additional in-house study as the JCC recommended. So with that, I'll entertain questions.
Questions of Director DeShiel. Supervisor Pinches.
First of all, I thought we'd give a direction to quit calling it leachate.
Well, that's what it's called in our permits and on the system, and the official definition.
Well, it just gives a bad connotation of what it actually is, because it's not leachate. It's not like you're pumping septic tanks. And that's, you know, when you start moving forward with and talking about the public or what are you doing, we need, because that word gives a bad, throws a bad light on the whole, what we're talking about. So I think it's important. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought it up.
Thank you,
And
Supervisor.
I certainly support this. I think we need to lead to a long-term solution.
Supervisor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, Mr. DeShiel, you did a good job on your 2-page, pretty detailed letter. I think you did cover the concerns of the city of Fort Bragg from the JCC meeting. They had concerns, of course, about costs, the fatal flaw analysis. You've integrated that in. They talked about some capping of costs and that. It seems like you're integrating that concept or that approach into your overall planning process for leachate in general. I think we're headed in the right direction, so I think we should move forward. I think you've captured it, and again, I think you did a good job on the 2-page detailed letter.
Do you care to make a motion?
So moved, the recommended action, which is to proceed with, let's see, giving.
Authorized.
Yes, authorizing the Director of Transportation to proceed with the work on the alternate leachate disposal engineering and permitting.
Second.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Smith, second by Supervisor Hamburg. Before we go further, is there any public comment to this item? Seeing no members of the public come forward, we'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Pinches.
Just a request to the maker of the motion. Could we replace the word leachate with wastewater?
Sure.
Is that acceptable?
If I didn't think this issue was important, I wouldn't bring it up several times.
Is that acceptable to the maker of the motion?
It is to the maker of the motion if council concurs.
I can have it come forward on our contracts when we hire people, but the reality is when we amend our permits, that'll be the terminology.
Well, that's the terminology on your permit, but that's not what really goes out to the public.
All right.
There's a big difference.
Okay.
Because it's really wastewater is what it is.
Comment to the motion, discussion to the motion. I have a comment, and I certainly agree, because I think we've established previously that what we're really talking about is stormwater runoff that probably would test cleaner than the runoff at the edge of an average street in terms of what the number of pollutants that are likely to be found in it. So I think we should change the way that we're referring to this, and I think that has a lot to do with the perception, because if you start telling people we're going to start putting landfill leachate into a leach field, then they're going to say, oh my God, they're polluting the groundwater. And really, we have some material. I'm wondering what would the difference be if we didn't pump it out of the monitoring wells or the collection system and we just let it slide on through the area, and would it would it be any different than if we pump it out and then pump it into a leach field and let it percolate through the area?
Well, I think the designers have told me that we'll first treat it with a package treatment system. So you likely will be putting into a leach field water that's cleaner than what you would find at the side of a road. And while it's true that these are legacy leach lines or interceptor drains that now, because of the cap over the landfill, really don't receive much filtered water, when the groundwater comes up, it enters those legacy lines and it comes out, our permits say that we're supposed to dispose of that at a proper facility. You know, we just need to go back, come with a new proposal to the regulating agency, the water board, and see if they'll accept a new system. You know, as a sideline to this, we need to identify the land to do that on. You know, presently there's the county's 28 acres to the north, and then there's also land right there. I think part of the study I would like someone to do is just identify, you know, where will this work? So all the things in my letter will probably get looked at, and I would hope to come back to you with more options. You'll get to vote on that as we go forward.
You'll be narrowing it down to, and of course, working with the joint coordinating committee as well.
Right. The first step for me really is to have someone get involved who is an expert in this sort of thing. And I would think that at the point we work out the scope of work for a contract, a good consultant will narrow that scope down. This is really what you need to look at, you know, just from their experience. And then you would see that before we move forward, and so would the JCC and the city. And then when they were done with that work, we would have actual knowledge of what the project would cost. Right now, I'm saying to put $60,000 in the budget for next year. And we would also have an ongoing operation and maintenance cost. And then we could really look, okay, this is what this will cost, and this is how much it'll be to operate in years going forward. And then you'll have a couple decision points before we get to the end of this.
Thank you. Supervisor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since we haven't voted on this, I'd like to just amend it, taking this conversation into consideration. So by direction of the board, authorize Director of Transportation to proceed with cost-effective work on alternative wastewater disposal, engineering, and permitting for Casper, Laytonville, and South Coast landfills. That wasn't mentioned as part, but that is, of course, what you're referring to.
Yeah, and in the letter, and I'm looking for direction on that, there's a couple of different situations. First of all, Laytonville has a low volume of leachate.
Yeah.
Okay, you want to finish? It's all one direction, you know.
Thank you.
So before we go further,
Okay.
so that amendment is acceptable to the maker of the second, and it sounds like it's acceptable to the department.
Sure.
So
I also want direction. We focused around Casper, and the letter explains that because, number one, there's a small amount of leachate at Laytonville, so there's less beneficial cost recovery to do there. There's also less land that would be available that looks like it would work for changing our disposal there. At South Coast, we are in a situation where we haven't fully capped the landfill. We're actively right now under contract doing a design to complete the South Coast project. My thought would be to have our existing consultant, maybe through an amendment, something very simple, look at that as they do the full post-closure, in other words, analyze for us other leachate disposal. So I wanted to make sure, because the board, when in January, had directed me to look at all three of the county's closed landfill, I wanted to kind of confirm today that the work plan really seems to make sense to focus on Casper at this point. And I will have our consultant consider amended work at South Coast, and if that amendment requires coming back to you, I will. If it's a small thing, I'll probably just approve it myself. So.
thank you. So we do have the motion as amended. We will vote by the button.
Motion passes unanimously.
Yeah, we're going to always vote by the button if this is the result we get. And then also we have item let's see, excuse me, we have item 5F. The director's report. So are there any questions of the transportation director regarding his report?
Comment?
Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, Chair McCowan. Howard, I was looking at, actually, it is page 2 of the 3, and it has to do with the Orchard Avenue extension, the study, and planning project. Down at the very bottom of the page, the last paragraph, you state the proposed road extension will be primarily in undeveloped parcels, so it lessens the impacts to businesses, et cetera. I have seen through the history, so I don't really know how to pose this question. How do we monitor that when we go through planning processes? The reason I'm asking, I can go back to the general plan before the 1981 general plan, and I don't know when that old document was adopted originally. And I can cite old planning documents with the city of Ukiah where these laterals and extensions were figured out. And as time passed, nobody commented on them. So houses got built in the way, or businesses, etc. How do we monitor that today?
Well, a planning document isn't a, it doesn't come to the level of a general plan or even zoning. It's just sort of a rough cut feasibility type study. It'll actually end up being very similar to what we did with Redemeyer Road, Brook Trail second access, and Mitchell Creek second connection. It'll be a conceptual look at this project.
But thank you for bringing up the extension of Redemeyer to Lake Mendocino, because as time passed, that's exactly what I was talking about, is the fact there were homes built in the pathway of a proposed extension. And so I'm just curious, I see we follow the railroad tracks, etc., how we monitor that and try not to make those mistakes, you know, by having the house and maybe or business is being built in a different location, so all of a sudden you get ready with the extension and oops, you know, there's a whole development in the way. And I think the other side of Orchard is another perfect example, because Orchard Avenue going south was to be extended to Talmadge Road, and all of a sudden there's a big apartment complex. So I'm wondering how we monitor that.
I'll try to answer that. Actually, what has larger standing in county code than this proposed study, which may or may not be funded, would be the UVAP that you recently passed, and the county's general plan, which the idea of this Orchard Street extension is identified in the UVAP. Also, and it can be very vague in our county general plan. There'll be statements like there should be additional, you know, north-south connections through a certain area. And then the way we monitor that is when say a project came in, for instance, the Hop Kiln project, which was around in 2005, proposed a large development of a portion of this route. And I was able to, based on what our general plan said, and now I would be able to say, based on what the UVAP says, not this planning study, but those documents that have real teeth, I would be able to say, well, you know, the developer needs to set aside a certain amount of ground here for this eventual north-south route. And I might add, we have a certain amount of flexibility in that. It wouldn't have to go right along the railroad tracks. If the developer wanted to do something a little different with it, we have some flexibility there. Ultimately, it comes back to the Planning Commission and this board. But that's how we monitor. We implement the policies of those documents. This study is trying to go a little farther on what's already identified in the general plan and UVAP and say, could we get a nuts and bolts study of how we would actually build such a road, get some real costs associated with it, you know, maybe set this up for some grant funding or something else. So that's really what I'm reporting on here.
And of course, none of those extensions or proposed extensions that all of a sudden had blockage of one kind or another, so it couldn't occur. That was well before all our times. I just want to make sure that there's something in place where we're not throwing money out the window by doing this study. Thank you.
This study, I will say,
Supervisor.
is just for planning, so we're trying to utilize it so that, you know the old saying, if you aim at nothing, you'll hit it every time. So the idea is that you at least try to figure out, you know, a goal, and then at least as you move forward, you have a target that you're trying to achieve. Right.
Supervisor Pinches.
Howard, I don't know if you heard the conversation about, we just passed a new volunteer policy. Could you comment on how you could see the future benefit of your department?
I did listen to that conversation. The training requirements for most of our functions, you know, would mean that we would need a volunteer that would be willing to go through quite a bit of training before they could be utilized. We have had one volunteer at DOT. A person entered into an agreement that was, you know, approved by the county many years ago to do some vegetation control at the Covelo Airport. They basically run their hay mowing machine there occasionally, and the county then can ensure that activity. It doesn't happen very often, but we have one volunteer. That's the one example I can give you of where a member of the community just wanted to help, really more keep the weeds down around their hangar, but to also the county got a benefit there too.
Thank you. So we will, Supervisor Hamburg?
Yeah, well, Howard, I remember last winter when, you know, it was pretty extreme for a while there, and there were people in my district, you know, offering to go out and fill potholes and you know, clear culverts and that kind of thing. Do you see any possibility for those kind of services being done by volunteers?
It's possible, but again, the volunteer agreements, I think, do give them industrial comp coverage. Yeah, so I would entertain that, sure.
Because I know, you know, last year you were shying away from that, and
and we're kind of going.
The liability end is what I think.
Yeah,
we're kind of going beyond the scope of the report, but I think that's something that the supervisor. Well,
John brought it up.
Either of you can pursue this with the director, and if it needs to be an agenda item, it can be brought back as an agenda item. So with that, we will accept the report, and we're going to try and clear up a couple of other items because we have another item at 1:30 that might take some time. And
at what time?
Were we intending to do that this morning?
Yeah, it's on.
Board members, can we go a little beyond noon if we can try and get some things wrapped up?
Fine, I'm going to take a 2-minute break.
If we can take a 5-minute break, I have a need.
Okay,
so
we will take a 5-minute recess and then come right back and try and wrap a couple things up.
And then do closed session over lunch?
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
But it's supposed to be a short, like it could be 5 or 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Get started.
Now they are.
Okay. So the Board of Supervisors will return to session, and we will go next to item 5A, the CEO report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The board members should have a hard copy of the CEO report with you. There are copies in the executive office, and it's also on the website. So my CEO report is available for the public. Under executive office, you have attached to the CEO report a letter. The California Department of Food and Agriculture notified the county that a determination has been made regarding the county's justification related to the maintenance of effort with our ag department. The response submitted addressing the economic hardship, which reduced the net county agricultural expenditures, has been accepted. So you could see the letter attached, which basically they accepted our justification. Apparently, we've done this the last few years where the amount of money that we give our ag department doesn't quite meet the MOE that the state thinks we should have. So with counties like ours that have had financial hardships, they have given us some leeway, and you see that, and the letter is attached. Moving on, I do have...
Excuse me, we have a question
Sure.
from Supervisor
That really
Pinches.
isn't what it says. The letter says that the county's going to get basically $108,000.
Right, they're giving us the money, but in
Okay.
order for them
Is that unanticipated revenues?
No, it's not.
It'll go back in the ag department.
Yes, and in order for us to get that money, they have to accept our justification as to why we only give the ag department so much, which by the state standards is somewhat under what they think we should give them.
We were under the maintenance of effort, and so we had to justify that, and fortunately, they accepted the justification.
Right. We did that last year and this year. So.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on, regarding the county communication plan, our consultants, Jendi Kersey and Sarah Bodner, have begun meeting with county representatives and some of our stakeholders. We're still planning an informational presentation to this board as soon as they have enough information to present. We've talked about the volunteer program. That's also in the CEO report. I don't think I need to go further into that. I would like to comment on our regional training that we have scheduled. Humboldt County and Mendocino County have been working together on a leadership training for our department heads and our managers, and we have the training scheduled for Friday, May 11th. This is our first regional training, and we have our featured speaker, David Rabner, coming in. Sonoma County and Lake County are also very much interested in participating in the regional training. Lake County will be sending some of their managers to the training, and Sonoma County is looking at that right now. So we're excited. We think this is a best practice for the Northern California counties, and this wasn't at the suggestion of Supervisor Carrie Brown and Supervisor Virginia Boss of Humboldt County. You have a flyer attached to my CEO report. You actually have two. The first one is the Leadership in the Rebound Decade, which talks about this as a Leadership Academy training event, who, what, where, and when. And then behind it is the second flyer on this. So I think that for the purposes of the public and this board, over the past year and a half, through Human Resources, we have offered a series of sessions for our employees, specifically around stress management, dealing with financial issues, and some other areas of interest and concern that we've had, and that has been widely accepted by our staff. We have not focused on succession planning throughout the organization, and we haven't really focused on trying to work with our managers and our department heads. This is the beginning of that with this training, and again, we've recognized that succession planning is something that we need to do throughout the organization, and the other counties have recognized that as well. So this training for us is somewhat of a kickoff. We'd like to develop and have been in the process of developing a leadership academy for our managers and our up-and-coming employees throughout the organization. It takes time and resources to do that, so it's been a slow process coming out of my office. We've been working on it for the last few months. Sonoma County has a leadership academy. They actually work with the cities in their county. Humboldt County has started a leadership academy, and we're hoping to model our leadership academy after Humboldt County.
And Supervisor Smith has a question or comment?
Yeah, on this specific aspect. So, Ms. Angela, I'd like to request, if at all possible, on that agenda, I think it's a great concept, and we're getting into that regional model. I just had a second call from a constituent really concerned, and we've had some discussions before relative to Health and Human Services, but it's also applicable to DOT and a number of other departments. The idea of more regional collaboration on service delivery, and particularly the community of Whale Gulch is extremely isolated. You have to drive through Humboldt County to get to it, although it is in Mendocino County. So the idea of being able to maybe get some reciprocal contracts for roads, for for issues relating to teens. Any number of ideas have surfaced over time, but I just had a call the other day. It just reminded me that this might be an opportunity to talk about regional collaboration.
Thank you. Certainly. And we had our Northern California CAO meeting. We meet quarterly, and really there's a lot that comes out of that meeting. It's interesting to hear what your colleagues are doing in the other counties, but one of the concepts was that in the past, many years ago, there were meetings of the Northern California supervisors as well. So it wasn't only your CAO, it would be one or two supervisors, and everybody would get together and discuss some regional issues and how they could deal with issues. And we haven't really broached that subject, but maybe that will be a topic for discussion in the future as well. So, okay, thank you.
Going to the Bimbo Inn will draw a pretty good crowd.
It might. I don't know. We'll see.
Been there before?
Yes, I have.
Beautiful.
Let's stay on
track
here.
Okay. All right, so under budget, our budget process kickoff on April 4th, Deputy CEO Kyle Knopp held the annual budget instructions meeting for fiscal year 12-13. County department heads were there and department fiscal officers. So the instructions are the starting point for negotiations during the 2 weeks of our budget conferences, which will begin on April 25th. The CEO recommended budget will be presented to this board on June 12th with the adoption in September after the public hearings are held. Also, the debt committee met with representative of Brook Trails Township. On Monday, April 2nd, we met with representatives to hear their concerns related to the potential discontinuation of the Brook Trails Community Services District from the county's TEETR program. And the board directed that this item return on Tuesday, May 22nd, and we are still on target with that date of May 22nd. There was a question at the last board meeting regarding our certificates of participation refunding update. Following the March 13th presentation and approval by this board, the market for such transactions has declined to the extent that a 4.5% present value is not currently achievable. However, I can tell you this changes hourly, and I've received 2 emails this morning that say that, get ready, we may be back in the 4.5% range. So we will keep this board apprised. The debt committee has agreed to pursue the ratings from Standard & Poor's, and this will provide a window of 3 months where our financial advisors would be able to take advantage of the market. So we'll know more hopefully by the end of this week. The dissolution of the Oversight Board. There was a meeting on Tuesday, April 3rd that Deputy CEO Kyle Knopp attended. That was the first Ukiah Redevelopment Agency Oversight Committee. And again, that committee will be meeting tomorrow afternoon, and our representatives, both of our representatives, will be attending. Fort Bragg on April 5th, Kyle Knopp attended the first oversight meeting for that successor agency of Fort Bragg Redevelopment. And you can see the report there. I won't take up more time on this. You do have an update on pension reform. The conference committee is meeting on April 13th, and there's some information attached. Regarding community development, we are still moving forward on our consolidation with planning and environmental health, and there is a public house that will be scheduled for April 25th. So we're moving forward over there. You have a legislative report attached, and regarding meetings coming forward, we do have the Retirement Board Valuation Study and Rates presentation coming forward on April 23rd. May 15th is our off-site meeting in the town of Mendocino. We have secured our bookmobile ribbon cutting ceremony, though the bookmobile has been out on the road now for, I think, at least 6 weeks. We are having a ribbon cutting ceremony where I believe Dr. Humiston will be attending, and that will be on May 21st. And then Laura's Law will be in June. And regarding your attachments, you have the letter, and you see a flyer for the Community Volunteer Fair that's being put on by North Coast Opportunities. And let's see what else you have. And then you have the agenda for the conference committee phone conference and meeting on Friday. And the last thing, I just wanted to, it didn't get attached to my written report, but I do have a very brief update on our office moves. And I just wanted to let the board know that we are entering into a lease with the City of Fort Bragg for office space that's located within the City of Fort Bragg facility, and this will be for the 4th District Supervisor's Office. And this lease actually should begin either April 10th or April 24th. I'm not quite certain, but we were shooting for today. We will be paying $1 a year for that office, and we're really pleased with that partnership with Fort Bragg. And that term of that lease is for 5 years. And then...
And basically, that'll be co-located with Congressman Thompson's district office or adjacent to it. So
right, in the small building
that'll be helpful, I think, to the public.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's a good location. And then just very briefly, we know planning and building move is complete. Human resources did move. They're over here now in the old environmental health space. And GSA information services staff is moving, and the data center is currently under construction, and that move is due to be completed on April 30th. The sheriff admin staff will be moving into their new space in mid-April, and the alternate defender is scheduled to move out of their leased space and into a portion of the old mental health business services office on April 23rd. So you will get a full report on all the moves by General Services in late August or September. But that has been a very lengthy and time-intensive project. I think the benefit to the county under the direction of this board is huge, and we're moving forward. So it looks good.
Thank you. Are there any legislative matters under item 5B?
None today. Thank you.
Thank you. And so for the closed session, do we have labor as part of the closed session?
We have a brief labor item.
And that will be regarding negotiations with Mendocino County Public Attorneys Association and Mendocino County Probation Employees Association. And do we also have the item for initiation of litigation?
Yes, we do.
And that's Joinder in County of Colusa et al. Versus Toby Douglas et al., Superior Court of Sacramento County. So we will adjourn to closed session. Any report out of closed session will be following our lunch recess and reconvening at 1:30.
So we're spending $1 a year on your office, huh?
So we will reconvene, and also I will go to County Council for a report out of closed session.
The board voted unanimously to join in the litigation that was referenced in the agenda summary. And with respect to labor, there was just direction to staff.
Thank you. So this is the continuation of the Harris Quarry item from yesterday, review and possible certification of the final environmental impact report, as well as possible action on zoning code amendment and rezone number OA1-207/R 4-2011 Harris Quarry. And I will go to Planning Director Mobley to introduce the item. And we had, at the conclusion of yesterday, we had closed public comment, so it's now before the board to hear responses from the consultants and staff as to the questions that were raised yesterday. Director Mobley.
Thank you, Chair McGowan and board members. Roger Mobley, Acting Director of Planning and Building Services. Following yesterday's hearing, there were a series of questions posed by some of the board members, as well as some questions that were raised by public comment that occurred. and we're prepared to respond to those, hopefully, as well as any other questions that the board may have. I'm going to let Leonard Charles go first to address the issues that relate to the specific or the environmental document, and I think some of those relate to some of the public comment as well as some of the board member comments. So, Leonard, I'll let you go ahead and address those.
Thank you, Roger. Good afternoon, board members. I have a fairly lengthy presentation because I would like to make sure all this gets into the record. So I would wonder how you would like to do it. I can respond to the questions that you raised generally first, and then start going through the letter from the attorney and a couple of the other letters. Would you prefer I do it that way? Or I could go through the attorney's letter, because I suspect most of your questions would be answered if I go through those letters. So I'll leave it to you which way you'd rather have me do it.
Perhaps it does make sense to go through the attorney letter first. That did cover a lot of the specific concerns. Is that acceptable?
That's good with me.
And then, do you prefer that we hold questions or ask them as they come up?
What I was thinking is, his letter, the attorney's letter, is divided into particular topics, that I would go through that topic and then take questions from you on that, so you don't have to listen to me for half an hour or 40 minutes.
That sounds good. So go through each topic, and then we'll take questions to that topic at the end of your response.
Right.
Thank you.
I think that I would just like to start to, before I go into that, to just remind everybody what the purpose of the California Environmental Quality Act is that this process of the review of this project didn't end with the publication of this final EIR, which is evident because we've got a whole bunch more letters that came in, which we are now responding to. This is a dialogue that will continue until such time as you certify the EIR, and then it will continue on if you certify the EIR when you consider the merits of the project. So this is an educational process for you as well as the public, so that you have the information you need, and we hopefully will provide you responses to the various issues that came up as of yesterday. So starting with the letter from Mr. Wilkins and Mr. Manley of Remy Moves and Manley, the first issue that they bring up is the issue about whether the EIR adequately addressed the programmatic impacts of the potential addition or change to the zoning ordinance to allow this new combining district. And if you want, your attorneys can provide legal interpretation of this, but the county selected not to do a program EIR. They're not required to do a program EIR. They address the long-term cumulative impacts of the potential zoning change as part of this EIR that focused on this project. Now, that said, the intent of looking at it from a program level is to look at what the potential long-term impacts would be if you made this zoning change. I think one thing that's should make very clear is that quarries only occur where there is rock that can be used for roads or for making asphalt or concrete. This is a very rare commodity. It's not just because you have a piece of ranch land out there that's got rock underneath it that it's a potential quarry site. So this county, a lot of counties have had their aggregate resources mapped by the state so that they know where they are to prevent some sort of like a subdivision being placed on one of those sites so that it isn't available for future use as aggregate. Mendocino County has not been mapped by the state, but as far as we know, and checking with records, there's no known source out there that isn't currently being tapped by one of these existing quarries. Now, it's possible there is. I'm not trying to say there isn't. So if you, at a program level, we went even beyond just looking at it generally. We actually looked at the potential other places where this rock is being currently mined, and generally at a more general level. So on pages under Impact 4.10D, we did list a whole series of potential impacts that could result from potential future mines, potential addition of potential concrete or asphalt plants at one of these, some other site in the county. That information is available. Nobody is doubting that. As a matter of fact, the attorney cited those as potential impacts, yes.
Could you give that reference again?
I had the page number here.
Beginning with 338,
Yeah,
page
page
338.
238, okay.
338.
338.
Then the question becomes, well, if there is those potential range of impacts that could occur at some limited site, again, remembering the quarries don't just occur in the middle of nowhere, they occur where there's marketable rock. Is there mitigation provided? Well, the mitigation really is sort of site-specific because as it's defined in the EIR, and we recommend, we cite in the list of impacts that the potential ways that those impacts could be mitigated, but the actual identification of those would remain when an application came in and you knew exactly what site was being developed. So the attorneys suggest that perhaps we should have had some programmatic mitigation measures. For example, it shouldn't be placed within a certain distance of a school or a daycare facility. There's no grounds, we have no grounds for doing that. As you see it from the EIR, that was the specific analysis that was done for this Harris Quarry EIR, the site that is nearest where we measured toxics that was nearest to the quarry, namely there at the old motel, and the gentleman who spoke yesterday who said he would be the one who would be most affected by the project, even at that close area, the cancer risk was only a little over 1, where the significance threshold, one additional cancer case in a million people if you breathe that air every day for 50 weeks a year for 70 years. It went up just over 1 at that nearest location, when the threshold used commonly and used by this air quality district is 10. So we had no grounds, we would have no grounds for doing that. You would have to rely when you actually came in and did that hazards assessment on that particular site to see if it in fact did have an impact on something. In addition, it supposes that one of these quarry sites that would have marketable rock would be near a school, which is fairly unlikely given that rangelands don't really have that many schools on them, or a child care facility. In any case, we didn't feel there isn't really any grounds for, at this level, of putting in a mitigation measure for those potential impacts that could occur. Now, you have total latitude, if you believe otherwise, to put in some additional mitigation measures that would apply to the ordinance. And I would say that in thinking about it, we came up with one that we think that probably ought to be added, which is just to make sure there's no loopholes in this, that it be processing facilities be limited to processing aggregate that solely comes from that quarry. In other words, that you can't have one of these little tiny quarries somewhere who, says, I'm going to put an asphalt plant in, I'm going to, and then imports aggregate from someplace else and does it. Very unlikely, but if you wanted to, I think that wouldn't be a hurt to do that. And if you do that, there would have to be some specific wording, because concrete plants often have to have sand included in it, which might not be able to be made at that quarry, so you might want to have the leeway that sand could be imported for concrete plants. So I'm just going through this. I've already sort of cited this, but on page 5 of their letter, in the middle paragraph, they say there that we failed to determine whether the impacts are significant and unavoidable or whether they're mitigated. And I just said that they're not. There's no level of, at this level of analysis, there's no indication that they would be significant or that there's net mitigation needed beyond what is already described in the AIR. And beyond that is that the applicable regulations of all the agencies that would be overseeing this, namely the Air Pollution Control District, the Regional Water Quality Control. I won't list them all the agencies that would be required for permitting of one of these processes. It would have to go through the county CEQA review and be consistent with county regulations and environmental laws and consistency with the policies of the general plan. So we didn't feel at this level there was any additional mitigation that would be required other than the one I just suggested to you. I'm sorry, I had to do this, so I'm just having to read through in my notes of that. And then finally, I think another more as equally important issue as the part of mitigation, that if you believe that mitigation is required, mitigation was provided, they state that we didn't look at any alternatives to the zoning ordinance, and in fact that's not quite true. Actually, alternatives 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7 all are alternatives that don't require any change to the zoning ordinance. So if you felt that there were impacts potentially there, you could select any one of those alternatives and there would be no potential impacts from the zoning change. So that's sort of my overview of that area.
Questions of Mr. Charles regarding that section? And is part of this that the reason a programmatic EIR would not have been required is because it's not the zoning code amendment itself that triggers the impacts, but it's an application that might come forward pursuant to the zoning code amendment? And maybe that's more a question for county council.
Terry Gross, Deputy. I'll take a stab at that one. The ordinance amendment is a project for CEQA purposes. So there is a requirement that the board look to see if there's any significant environmental impacts that...
Speak up, please.
The ordinance amendment is a project for CEQA purposes. Therefore, there is an obligation to go through the analysis to see if there are any significant environmental impacts that have to be mitigated, whether the project has to be changed to avoid them, or whether there are certain overriding considerations that warrant approval of the project, the same as an individual project. I think that's what you're asking. And I think what Mr. Charles is presenting and what I can confirm from my own review of the REMI letter and then actually going back to the EIR, that in fact there was an analysis of the potential impacts to quarries in the area on a pretty comprehensive level. There's evidence that this particular site, which we have an application for, it's the only application pending. It's the only reasonably foreseeable application. And we looked at the case law, which basically that was cited in the letter that looked like it was fairly supportive to what the analysis that was done here concluded. There's no evidence in the record that there's any other applications pending, and the issue that wasn't raised so far is what happened at the Planning Commission with the ordinance amendment, which was that the Planning Commission limited the application of the ordinance to asphalt and concrete processing, which we thought further supported the kind of analysis that was done here. But there really is no way to analyze the specifics of a project that doesn't exist. What Mr. Charles did was he went through all, it's right there on 340, 341, went through all the potential impacts to any quarry. Where appropriate, he included the mitigation measure, i.e., what would mitigate grading of a site. It would be the best management practices that if you go through each improper grading of the asphalt processing site, he discusses design recommendations. So where possible, the analysis is there. But it's impossible to analyze a future project that's not
Right.
before the body.
And it's, you know, I think he establishes that the Blue Ridge Rock Quarry is the most likely. There's these other smaller quarries, and, you know, on the one hand, you say significant analysis was done, and yet I think Mr. Charles also said that a programmatic EIR is not required, so do
It's
you agree?
discretionary.
It's discretionary.
Under the Public Resource Code, you have, well, the lead agency has the discretion to do what's called a program EIR or not.
And we're not saying this is a programmatic EIR, and yet a certain amount of analysis has been done to examine the potential impacts of applications that may or may not come forward.
Correct.
Based on identifying what the most likely locations would be if an application were to come forward. Okay.
I think-
Supervisor Hamburg?
Yeah, I think contrary to a lot of the claims that have been made about this new zoning district, this mineral processing combining district, the way it's drawn, and especially with the change that was made at the Planning Commission, it's very tight. And, you know, as we look at these qualifying sites, you know, and we get down to, well, maybe it's 1 or 2 or 3 possible sites, you really see how little applicability it has, in my opinion, in the rest of the county. But it's that fact that kind of leads to the argument that I hear some in Keep the Code making, which is that you're changing the zoning code for one project, and is that a legitimate thing to, you know? I mean, that's a judgment call that we have to make. But indeed, it's not 41% of the county. It's more like, you know, a few acres of the county that are being overlaid in order to allow a specific project. I'm not saying that's wrong, but, you know, it does seem like that is something that the opponents are pointing to, one of the things they're pointing to, and it's not completely wrong. I mean, I can see their argument. I mean, they're making both arguments. It's too big and it's too little. And it really is, you know, it really is, to my mind, you know, very narrowly focused. And we are, in fact, looking at changing the zoning code to accommodate a particular unique site and a unique project for our county. Just my observation.
And you are going through the proper analysis. I mean, the analysis is being done for that.
And I think whether that's an appropriate approach or not, that'll be part of our discussion.
No,
So-
I understand that. I was
So-
just pointing it out.
I've got an uncanny knack to state the obvious. So.
You too.
Did you have a further question? Or?
No, I'm done.
Okay, so please
Well,
proceed.
I would like, actually, I should have done it as part of this, so I'll do it now. I would like to go back through this list of quarries because a couple of people brought up yesterday that we should have not excluded the ones that are in Williamson Act, because it is accurate that you can, over time, get rid of that. So if you look at these sites where all of these sites are very small. In order to be able to afford to put an asphalt plant in, you have to be producing aggregate. A lot of these sites, even if they're not in reclamation, are only producing like 8 or 10, have permits for 8 or 10,000 cubic yards a year, which is not feasible to put in an asphalt plant. Really, the only one that is really feasible is the one we identify in the EIR, which is, what is it?
Blue Ridge.
Blue Ridge. If you put one in there, it probably wouldn't have too many, except for, potential site impacts. It doesn't have any neighbors. It accesses right onto Highway 101. I'm sure somebody up there might not like it, but it doesn't have nearly as many people living around it. So that site, if it went in there, probably wouldn't have many impacts. The only other ones that even produce 20,000 are up in the Covelo area. There's one that has a permit for 20,000 cubic yards and one for 30,000 cubic yards, which again is not enough to justify, economically, but that's not really my call. It's very unlikely that an owner producing that much, particularly in that location where you would have to come all the way out to 101 to really access any markets, it would be pretty unlikely that that you would find an asphalt or a concrete plant in there. Not impossible, but
So you're highlighting McKenzie and Coal Mine as the two?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And the other ones are all very, very small, but again, we did look at the overall potential impacts of that, or if a new resource was found. Okay. The next issue is brought up is general plan consistency. Do you want to do that, Roger, now?
Yeah, I'll touch on that subject. Hopefully it isn't obvious, but in reality, there's no project that will ever be consistent with every policy in the general plan. And in fact, the draft EIR talks about this in its analysis. And reality, general plan has to deal with a lot of kind of competing objectives. And so the way you have to look at consistency is whether a project on balance, when you look at these different things and you say on balance, is it meeting our objectives, our general plan objectives? And the general plan actually talks about this in a number of different ways. There's a discussion of principles in the beginning, and it talks about principles that advocate conservation of the county's natural resources and quality of life are to be balanced with principles that promote a vibrant, diversified and stable economy and support the county's resource-based economy. So here's where we start to see we have environmental issues, we have quality of life issues, we have economic development issues, and all these things come together in the general plan. And that's why it's hard for any one thing to be consistent with all of those policy statements. Resource management goal, RM13 states mineral resources are to be conserved and used in a manner compatible with environmental, social, and economic objectives. So again, we kind of see this balance between different major objectives in the county. Regarding the rangeland land use designation, which is where this is to be placed, the general uses described there talk about residential uses, agricultural uses, forestry, cottage industries, residential clustering, and then it says uses determined to be related to and compatible with ranching, conservation, processing, and development of natural resources. So clearly, that statement can be used to say, yes, this is consistent with the types of uses that are allowed in the rangeland designation. And in fact, mining happens to be a use that's permitted in almost every every zoning designation that we have in the county. So I think, ultimately this is the board's decision as to whether they think that looking at this balance and looking at, I guess, what's the overall public benefit from weighing environmental preservation with economic development, because maybe those are the two principal things that we're looking at here. But we believe in reviewing it from a staff standpoint that we can certainly find that it is consistent with when you look at the policies in this way.
Anything to add to that, or?
No, I could, that's what you signed up to do, is to make
Sure.
that consistency analysis. So.
Any questions from board members? So next area.
The next area has to do with their contention that we didn't have accurate baseline assumptions. And I think there's a confusion here. They looked at the old EIR on the original project, which looked at a baseline of 75,000 cubic yards per year. And the new one does the same thing. And they made the assumption that we've just carried that over, which is not true. When we started this process in 2010, we looked at the average production over the last 5 years of that quarry, and it was approximately 75,000 cubic yards. And that's what the county correctly requested that we use as a baseline. The commenter says that, in fact, in 2006, that the quarry processed 126,991 cubic yards, and that somehow, and that should have been used as a baseline, so that we didn't use a proper baseline, and then the impacts were incorrect. But the issue is that when you use a higher baseline, if you use that baseline of 126,000 cubic yards, and let's just take truck trips. If you want to look at the impact of truck trips, how many truck trips it would take to haul that would be your baseline. Say it took 100 trips a day to haul 126,000. If you're now jumping it to, I forget what we're even going to, 200,000? 200,000. So it would only go up from 126 to 200,000 would be the impact, right? You see what I'm saying? Whereas we used a much more conservative baseline, which was based on their 5-year average of 75,000 cubic yards. And so there's a much greater impact when you add the trucks that it takes to haul that additional 125,000 cubic yards, as opposed to if we used 126,000 cubic yard baseline, it would be only the additional trucks to haul another 75,000 cubic yards. So somehow they're saying that we incorrectly used a baseline. In fact, we used a baseline that was very conservative for the good of the public and you, as opposed to one that would have actually benefited the applicant, which would have been to use a higher baseline. So that said, all the rest of this section is just not correct. They talk about that the agency isn't using proper baseline, that it's hiding behind some kind of a curtain and not providing you the information. And again, this is not just hypothetical. This was based on the 5-year record of how they did that. That is a commonly done for projects like this, because you don't want to have either a low spot or a high spot in it. So the 2 EIRs that were prepared on quarry expansion projects in Sonoma County that are cited in here, the Blue Rock Quarry and the Canyon Rock Quarry, the county in both those cases, and it was adjudicated very heavily, used an average of the 5-year baseline. The EIR that we're currently doing in Sonoma County on the Mark West Quarry, which is cited here by the attorneys, because they are the ones who've put in the solar plant to run a good part of their plant. The same thing is used as a 5-year average of the average production over the previous 5 years from the time the notice of preparation was sent out. So this is quite standard practice. And again, more importantly, it's a very, very conservative one, is that it actually uses a lower baseline that could have been used if we'd just taken the last year.
I think they were also raising the point that the calculations for the baseline weren't current enough, in that they were from 2006, but you're saying it would have been the same in 2010 as in 2006, but is there an issue that the point that was identified for the baseline was not recent enough in time?
That was, yeah, that's a separate issue. That was a comment about that they didn't believe that the traffic analysis was, that the numbers that were used for the existing
Well,
traffic.
Okay, so I'll let you get
Yeah.
to that when you take up the
Right.
traffic.
So then they go on, it goes on for quite a bit, which I'm not going to go into unless you want me to, that then says all the impact analyses are flawed because you used the wrong baseline. In fact, we used the correct baseline for doing all those analyses. So that's essentially the response to that.
Well, and not only are you're saying the baseline was correctly identified, but even if the higher amount that they seem to argue for was used, it would only lessen the impacts that are identified in the EIR.
Exactly. If we redid the EIR and recirculated it using that higher number, there'd be less impact than is identified in the EIR.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we
Yes.
seem to be talking about traffic impacts.
No, that was just back to the identification of the baseline for the volumes. And I did raise
Of
traffic,
traffic.
but he's going to get to that.
Yeah, I probably is the wrong example to use. We could have used air quality. So, it would have been the same thing, would have been the difference of increasing the production by 80,000 rather than
Okay,
125,000.
I just want to make sure we get
Yeah.
back to that.
Yeah. All right, the next issue is the one about that they contend that the project objectives were too narrowly drawn, and in doing so, it slanted the analysis of the identification of potential alternatives and then the analysis of the alternatives. First of all, the objectives were prepared by the applicant, they were reviewed by the county, and they were included in the EIR. But they did not drive the identification of alternatives. The objectives are always something that that it's the applicant's reason that they think that it's a great project. So we didn't use that at all in determining what alternatives were to be looked at. If you look, we identified, what did we assist? 8 alternatives, I believe, which is a fairly large range of alternatives. And they went all the way from no project to just approving the quarry expansion to doing a variety of alternatives. And in that regard, I also would say generally for alternatives, because there were a number of complaints about the alternatives analysis, the alternative 3, which is the quarry only, did not include in it the highway improvements, and that was taken to task for that. The point of an alternatives analysis is to give you a bracket. You can't identify every alternative. I mean, you could be there for volumes. The idea is to give you a bracket so you can see what the range of impacts would be from a variety of alternatives. If you wanted, you're not bound by those in any case whatsoever. If you did decide, for example, that you wanted to approve alternative 3, which is quarry expansion only, you could also say, we want the road improvements in there. It's just it was to give you an alternative that showed what would happen if the roadway improvements weren't part of the project, is all it was. So if I get back to the main point, or this section of there, they critique it again because we did not provide alternatives to the zoning ordinance change. And as I said before, there are 5 alternatives in there that are alternatives to the zoning change, i.e. not approving it. I can't imagine what other alternative you could have to it. I mean, you could say, I can't even really envision. I'm sure somebody could, what actual wording change to the zoning district, which I can't really imagine what it'd be. It seems to be it's pretty much yes or no. Or you could say, yes, we're going to have it, but not in this area. But then you get into what Mr. Hamburg was saying, that really gets strange about where you're applying this thing. They say that we don't provide enough detail about the alternatives. I would say we don't agree with that. We provided substantial detail on them. EIR fails to meaningfully disclose and evaluate several suggested alternatives. We reviewed all the alternatives that are feasible, the ones that were not considered feasible. There's the explanation in that section of the alternatives analysis why they were not considered feasible, which is what CEQA requires. And then they go into the alternative site analysis, and they take the EIR to task for the fact that there is a site for sale in East Willits and that it should have been assessed in more detail as a possible alternative site. That site, we have given you that option that if you don't want to have an asphalt plant on this site, because the project is a quarry and an asphalt plant, so if you don't want to have the asphalt plant on this site, there are other sites that they could go look for. And so you would just approve one of the alternatives that didn't include the asphalt plant on the site. But to say it should be put on East Willits, you know, we would have to do a complete analysis, and then we would have to contact Willits, and then that would all get involved, and it's just beyond what needs to be done here. If you believe we've given you reasons why we think that there's problems with those sites. There was a number of different sites that we looked at. East Willits, as we pointed out before, when they tried to put a site asphalt plant there, though not on that exact site, was heavily contested and dropped. We didn't dismiss it for that reason, as they seem to, they do state that we dismissed it on that grounds. We didn't dismiss it on that grounds. We just were providing you that information. And it says that it sort of concludes that section by saying that the EIR rejected out of hand the possibility of locating the asphalt plants at a separate location, which is not true again. We did provide you that information, and we didn't identify a specific site that you should put it on, because you don't even have the authority to put a site on in Willits, even if it was feasible. But we gave you the option of not approving an asphalt plant on this site. So that is sort of thumbnail for that.
Any questions regarding that section? Supervisor Hamburg? Okay, so please proceed.
The next section that starts on page 13 is the county failed to prepare and this is the critique of the water supply assessment that was part of the final, prepared as part of the final EIR. Again, just generally, the purpose of a water supply assessment was for large projects to make sure that when a jurisdiction approved them, that they actually had a water supply to serve it. And it came out of these big 25,000 house subdivisions. That's where this started. And it got expanded so that now when you do that, you have to be able to do one of these assessments to show you have the water available for various scenarios. And if you don't, then you have to say, well, where could you get that water? And if that's new water, what would be the impacts of getting that water, so that all that information is laid out to you when you make a decision to approve a project. The county didn't believe that a water supply assessment was required. First of all, it isn't provided by Public Water, and it is provided by its own wells. There's one part of the law that has a list of things that are considered as projects under this, and one is if it does processing on a 40-acre parcel, even if it's provided by private water. The actual area that's disturbed by this project is actually less than 40 acres, but since the property as a whole that it's on is 322 acres, a water supply assessment was decided it would be a good idea to do a water supply assessment, even though the draft EIR contained a detailed study of the impact on groundwater and the availability of water to serve the project. That analysis found that there was adequate water, except perhaps in a very, very dry year, in which case the applicant would have to restrict operations in order to comply with its air pollution control district requirements to control dust. So it would have to cut back to, if it didn't have enough water to control the dust, it would have to then cut back its operations until it did. The water supply assessment essentially found the same conclusion. It said it had sufficient water except for the one severe dry year, and that the mitigation measure in the EIR would adequately address that. This comment is more of a legal issues that they're bringing up here, that this water supply assessment should have been prepared and put into a draft EIR where it could go through review. It's our understanding, and your county council can weigh on this, is that it has been reviewed. It's been out for review. The fact that the attorneys have written a long letter, several pages on the review of it, it has undergone review. And really, the bottom line is that there is no impact. It's a question of, whether there's some technical review period that was complied with, and whether they consulted with Marin County LAFCO or other water suppliers. Well, again, LAFCO wouldn't really have anything to do with this. There's no municipal systems, water supply systems that are adjacent to this. There is the Ridgewood Ranch, but that isn't something that's under LAFCO's review.
You're referring to Marin LAFCO. Do you mean Mendocino?
Did I say Marin LAFCO? I did mean Mendocino.
That's just where our water goes.
That's right. So I don't really have too much more to say about that specific issue. I don't know if you want to.
Well, perhaps just an opinion from county council as to should the water supply assessment have been circulated with a revised draft EIR. And I think we're being told that doing that at all was discretionary, but your comments. Oh, excuse me.
Very gross, Deputy. I'll take a stab at that one. We did look at the guidelines that are referenced in the letter, if I can find them. And the site here is correct that the lead agency must include the water supply assessment in the negative deck or the draft EIR. But then we went to the water code, and we didn't, the statute, the codification of the assembly bills, we did not find that requirement there. And what we did find, and there's an argument here, a legal argument regarding the case law, and we looked at the case law again, and the requirement is that the water assessment be circulated. That is the requirement. Whether it's, I couldn't find a requirement that said it had to be circulated at the time of the draft or at the time of the final EIR. And Mr. Charles is right, it has been in the public now with the final EIR, and we have comments to it, and there's no requirement for a separate public hearing on the water assessment. So to my mind, that means it can be adopted with the final EIR, and the public hearing that we're conducting is adequate. And we do have comments to it at this point in time.
Any further questions? So, next item.
So the next 3 pages of the letter, which are 14, 15, and 16, are all what I just said, specific comments on the water supply assessment's adequacy. And so it takes the water supply. The water supply assessment there was a statement in there that it was not prepared by the county. I should have said that in the last one. The fact is the water supply assessment was prepared by an engineering firm that was hired by the applicant. It was then peer reviewed by our engineers, and we are in fact the county's consultant in this case. So it in fact was prepared by the county, because we looked at what was done and found that it was professionally done and an adequate analysis of the issues, which would have been the same as if the county had done that analysis. So just before I start in going through these, I mean, you're going to love this, but when I go through this little piecemeal things on the water supply assessment, this water supply was thoroughly assessed in this project because we knew it was a real concern coming out of the last environmental impact report. So a complete groundwater study was done by the applicant's engineers. It was for the basis of the draft EIR. It was reviewed by our engineers. A water supply assessment was done by a third group of EIR engineers and peer reviewed by a fourth group of water engineers. So it's been looked at by 4 different very well-respected engineering groups. Just, I'm not trying to say that they don't make mistakes, but it has been thoroughly looked at. So they take it to task because the water supply assessment didn't include this analysis of water from the last 5 years. Now again, you can see where this water supply assessment came from was it was being based on analysis of municipal water systems that actually have records of exactly how much gallonage they take out of the river or out of the land and can provide you that information. That information is not available for this private well. It's just not there. So it's not possible to get 5 years of data of how much well they've. The water demand that is described in the EIR is based on what they believe it takes them to process their sand and gravel and to control their dust and to process the moisture condition the equipment. It's true, it was provided by the applicant. It is, we reviewed it and compared it with the same data that for the other quarry that we're doing in Sonoma County. It is almost exactly the same. So if I think it's off, it's like 10% difference because of different rocks, but essentially it's not off. They're essentially the same. So the water demand, it's true, is provided by the applicant, but we have no reason to think that it is not accurate. They take us to, so there's no well pumping log available. That's not quite accurate because well pumping logs are available in the background data that the attorneys have had access to that for the earlier RAO reports, and I believe did the hydrofocus do? I mean, not hydrofocus. Oh, never. There are well logs available, but they wouldn't provide the data that they're requesting in any case. So they say that the mitigation that we have in there to reduce, cut back in production if there's not adequate water available in a dry year is not good because we didn't account for the fact that they would have to be irrigating the trees that were put in as a mitigation measure for the visual impacts. What would happen to that? So I did a little calculation of that. There's approximately a little over 400 trees that would have to be planted. They have to be watered once a week, and they're fairly small trees. So even if you said 5 gallons per tree once a week, you're talking 2,000 gallons, which is, they would have enough water they would have to meet that in any case, or they would have to cut back production. But again, it's not a substantial amount. They say we don't include analysis about the use of bathrooms. That's included in the water demand calculations, which are all on page 70. There's a table that shows the water calculations and demand for the project. They say that it doesn't include the water demand of the asphalt plant. Well, first of all, the asphalt plant is not a water dependent, it's a petrochemical dependent process, so there's not really water involved in it except for incidental, I don't even know what it would be, but there's no water actually included in the processing of it. So we believe that the analyses that are included in the draft EIR and the final EIR, including the water supply assessment, actually adequately address all the issues that is really intended to be addressed by the water supply assessment, i.e., is there adequate water to serve this project? If there's not, in any, like a dry year or multiple dry years, what are you going to do about it? It's one thing when you have 25,000 houses and you've come to a conclusion, well, we don't have enough water to serve it for a 2-year drought. What are we going to do? And it's a completely different thing when you have a plant that's got conditions on it that says, in that severe dry year, if it gets towards the end of the year and you don't have the water, you just have to shut down. All it means is an economic impact on the owner, but there's no impact on any residents or any other parts of the human or social environment. On page 15, they cite a comment letter that was submitted on the original draft EIR back in 2006 from Granite Rock, saying that the water supply assessment was done then was inadequate. That comment doesn't apply anymore. A completely new water supply assessment was done as part of this revised draft EIR. So that letter is referring to a historic document. And then they go in more into detail at the bottom of page 15 and onto 16 of how we're supposed to identify what the other sources of water would be if there's not adequate water, and what the impacts would be of developing that. Again, that's not required here, because if there's not water in that severe dry year, you'll notice in the water supply assessment, they have adequate water for normal years, for a series of drought years, because typically you don't get a severe drought year when you have a severe. So the severe drought year, the one severe drought year, is the potential year where they would have problems meeting their water demand, and they just stop operating. So then they conclude just by saying that we, you know, that what I've just gone through, that we didn't have enough data, that we didn't provide review, et cetera. And I think, and if you can ask questions if you want, that that you did get sufficient information on that in the EIR and supporting data in the water supply assessment.
So in relying on mitigation measure 4.8D1, you're basically drawing a distinction between a water purveyor that would supply municipal or even agricultural use and what is essentially a self-contained operation, such as this project, where if there is lack of water and the mitigation is they have to shut down, they're not causing harm to anyone that normally would be receiving water from this source.
Right.
That's it in a nutshell.
Essentially. Because the analysis is done in the EIR showed that it wouldn't, and they did monitoring wells in various locations, including on Ridgewood Ranch and in the residential neighborhood to the subdivision to the west, that it wouldn't affect those wells. The project demand wouldn't affect those wells. So even in a dry year, when everybody's going to be hurting, it wouldn't have any additional effect on those. They would just have to close their own operation. Or cut it back. I mean, they might not have to close it. They may have to just reduce production.
And then it's kind of to the comfort level of the board whether they think the water supply assessment was adequate or not.
Right.
Any other questions? Supervisor Hamburg.
Well, you know, assuming the water supply assessment is accurate, so we've got this impact 4.8D, 4.8D1, which talks about the quarry ceasing operation if it can't provide 7,200 gallons of water. And the monitoring of that is done by your department, Roger, and also Chris Brown's department. And the verification is done by the same departments. And so we're supposed to feel, you know, this gets into my whole thing that I was talking about yesterday with the monitoring, the verification, and all the moving parts that are going on here, and you know, and who's keeping an eye on all this stuff. how are you going to be alerted, Chris Brown or Roger Mobley, when, NAI isn't coming up with 7,200 gallons of water and it seems mighty dusty up there on the hill? How does that work?
Do you want me to address your general comment that you made yesterday about the capacity to monitor things? Because I think
as I pointed out yesterday, there's 36 impacts that are to be monitored by PBS, and there's 46 verifications that are to be done by PBS, by your department, and I think DOT, with a little bit of air quality management in there. So,
right.
This might not be the only time I ask this question, because it comes up over and over and over again. But maybe you could address it with respect to this requirement of 7,200 gallons a day in order to do dust control.
Well, I'd like to address it in a broader sense first,
Okay.
because you did raise the question about the capacity to monitor things. And obviously, we recognize that we have reduced staff and reduced resources, and we try to do the best we can in all the tasks we have to do. In this case, because it's a mining operation, we already do annual inspections for various things, and that doesn't mean well, I guess what I'd say is that some of these things will be handled through that annual inspection, but for those things that occur at specific times, there are other agencies that you've mentioned, the Air Quality Management District, the Water Board, that may be involved in this. Some of these mitigations will occur into the future in relationship to the reclamation plan. So,
well, that doesn't start until 30 years from now.
Correct, but I'm just saying that all of these don't happen at the same time. So, probably the best way to handle this, to be honest with you, would be to look at the potential for having a contracted person as a part-time adjunct to our staff, and this is done in a lot of agencies, actually be hired to specifically focus on mitigation monitoring for this project. And I think this has been discussed with the applicant. They would be asked to fund that, as they've been asked to fund the environmental process. Mm-hmm. So that's a possibility to be done, could be done as a condition to the use permit approval.
Mm-hmm.
So, we would want to look at trying to look at our own capabilities, and then how can those be, I guess, added to by somebody who could be focused specifically on that. And it wouldn't be a full-time job, because these things would occur at certain periods of time. So that would be my best response, as to have a better insurance that we would be timely, watching these things. And obviously the mitigation monitoring plan sets these all out, says whose responsibility they are, and there should be a verification, a paper trail that we've checked these things off as we've monitored them and see that they're completed. But I think you recognize that you're right. There's limitations on what we can do with the staff that we have.
And county council is poised to
Yeah, well, I
comment.
was just going to add, a mitigation monitoring agreement is not uncommon, and in fact, I think that the applicant has already agreed to this, and perhaps maybe counsel for the applicant could speak to that if you want, but I think that's already something that's been offered up and proposed.
So, to the microphone, please, and please identify yourself for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Tina Wallace. I am the counsel for the applicant. I wanted to just touch on a couple of things with
just to this specific question right now.
Thank you. Under CEQA, mitigation measures are required to be enforceable, and we certainly appreciate Supervisor Hamburg's concern about the practicality of enforcing these things.
Well, again, just to the question of whether the applicant has agreed to...
Yes. In
Okay.
a word, yes, it is our understanding that we will enter into a mitigation monitoring program contract with the county, and that those are pass-through costs that are passed through to the applicant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further on that? So then, I guess the next item.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Pinches.
Well,
We already have existing code enforcement officers that pass by that plant's right alongside the highway. It's accessed off a public road on Black Bart. So there's no problem as far as the access to inspect. Our air quality management district passes by that location at least twice a day. I mean, I think there's the ability to monitor that facility is probably, if there's any facility in Mendocino County that's operating in any capacity, whether it's a restaurant or a gravel extraction or an asphalt plant, whatever, the physical location of that piece of property in relation to the county and where it's at, as was mentioned before, it's in the center of the county. So there's any number of county and other agencies that have the ability to monitor what's going on there on a daily basis under the existing budgets.
Thank you. So if we could go on to the next issue.
The next area of that they bring up is about traffic analysis. And the first thing they bring up is that we used an improper baseline. Again, the baseline, I've already gone through that, the baseline was done. They do bring up, though, the issue that Chairman McCowan brought up about the 2006 analysis. And I may be in error here, and so you may want to ask the applicant's traffic engineer for some additional clarification. The draft EIR does state that the 2006 numbers, traffic counts were done and were used because the county determined that in fact there hadn't been substantial development out in that area that would substantially change the traffic numbers, and that there was not a substantial change in the highway traffic numbers either, so that it was all right to use those numbers. I was told yesterday in some review that in fact those numbers had been updated to 2010 when the W-Trans traffic analysis was done.
Mr. Brown?
Mr. Brown.
I was just going to check and see if he could come back or not, or if. Anyway, please proceed. Sorry.
That they had been updated, but in any case, it's yeah.
Are you coming back?
I'm coming back. I'm just looking for it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, McCowan.
Or the chair.
Are we still allowed to do that?
How much time did you give John?
So it isn't either of those numbers were changed, in which case the EIRs and the draft EIR should probably be changed to state that those numbers were changed. But in any case, there isn't any more development there. And in fact, in 2010, because of the economic downturn, there's probably less traffic out there than there is now. But in any case, it's not really an issue. They go on to say that they say that we inflated the baseline, which is actually the opposite. We deflated the baseline, which made for more impacts. We've already discussed that. That we should have examined the traffic impacts and intersections in Willits, because up to 10 truck trips during the evening commute period would go through there, and that those intersections, as we all know, during peak times are operating at LOSF. LOSF would be good for those intersections, but that they're operating at really bad, so that they go on to say that any additional traffic to there is a significant impact, which is actually quite inaccurate. What the cumulative and impact analysis requirements for CEQA is that you can have a cumulative impact. All right, so there's level of service F at intersection X in Willits currently. The project adds 10 trips during the peak commute period, so it's LOSF. But what CEQA then says, okay, if there's a significant cumulative impact, you have to look and see if the project makes what's called, I always have to read this because I can never remember it, a cumulatively considerable contribution to that impact. And so it would not make a considerably cumulative contribution to this impact, because 10 trips in an area there where there's thousands of trips going through there during that period that are causing that would not make any considerable contribution to that. So it wouldn't have an impact in that regard. In addition, these are two things I want to really get clear on this. The city of Willits, who's very aware of this project, never requested that we assess impacts in that area. During the notice of preparation, in the original EIR, during the notice of preparation for the revised EIR, or in comments on the draft EIR. They never requested that. Caltrans, whose road it is, and doing a lot of projects that feed into state highways, and we get lots of really nasty letters from Caltrans about traffic analysis that were done for the EIRs, is not any concerns about this project or the traffic analysis that was done as the EIR. So I don't think that needs to be done. And they go through a bunch of things, how we should have looked at it during the morning commute, during the Labor Day weekend, et cetera, et cetera. Again, the issue is that even with the small number of truck traps that we're going through there, that it just wouldn't make any difference to the level of service or be significant. And then finally, they bring up that we didn't look at the impact of pavement, road wear from the trucks going on the roads. Again, Caltrans didn't request that. It's their highway. They've developed it to handle heavy trucks. They didn't request that. There's not a significance criterion in CEQA for that. The county doesn't have a significance criterion for that, and they didn't request that study be done. You could request it if you want, but it wasn't required for the draft EIR. So while I'm there, I'll just cover a couple of the other traffic issues so we brought up yesterday. There was Chairman McCown asked if the animated thing that was put up showing the movements of the cars and turning and so forth, and whether that wasn't to scale, whether that would influence the traffic analysis. It wouldn't at all. That was a presentation by the applicant's traffic engineer to give you, I think, just a better idea of how traffic movements went, but it had nothing to do with the environmental analysis and wouldn't change the analysis. It wasn't based on that. Willits, we did that. Then there's a letter, the letter that the traffic engineers hired by the attorneys for keep the code say that we used an incorrect application of Caltrans standards of significance, which is a moot point because the fact is that with the mitigation measures in place, all the intersections will be operating at an acceptable level of C or better at all periods. So whether it's significant at level of service D or level of service E is really moot, except for a dotting the I. Again, they talk about Willits. We already talked about that. And they talk about inadequate emergency vehicle access in the Willits area, and they're citing various things out of the Willits bypass EIR. Again, the number of trips that this project would generate in Willits is so small that it would have virtually an immeasurable effect on any kind of emergency access to the hospital or anything else beyond what is already there. And then they bring up that if a mitigation measure, if an interchange was put there, that the applicant would be required to pay their fair share of that. And they say that that's an inadequate mitigation measure because it doesn't necessarily fully fund it. And the EIR doesn't require that as a mitigation measure. It requires that as a mitigation measure potentially in the future if it turns out that the mitigation measures that are included in the EIR prove to not be as successful as was concluded by the EIR traffic engineers. If you want to change that, you can feel free to do so, but that's a fairly standard for a fairly major roadway improvement that isn't just serving the project, because it would be more than likely, and from indications we've had with conversations with Caltrans in the past, if an interchange were put there, either a full one or a partial one, there would probably be a connection with Black Bart Drive to ameliorate the problems the safety problems were there too. So that whole area would be benefiting from that. And whether that goes on totally on the financial back of the applicant or not is a decision that you and Caltrans would have to make. But it's fairly standard that you pay your fair share of the improvement if it's serving more than yourself. But that's your call, really. Then there's this issue about inadequate deceleration lane length for the southbound lane. If you remember that discussion, it was brought up that the Caltrans standard said it should be 400 feet, and how did it get to 200 feet? And there was letters from Caltrans. The bottom line is that 400 feet would be better, but when you extend it 400 feet, what happens is you extend it north of Black Bart Drive. And Caltrans, in its preliminary reviews of it, said they didn't want that because they're afraid if that extended there, people would use that deceleration lane to pass on the right and cause problems, safety problems at Black Bart Drive and in there. So they are the ones who said they didn't want that deceleration lane extending north of Black Bart Drive. And again, they're the ones who are eventually going to have to, if this project is approved, they're the ones who are going to eventually do the final approval of what those improvements are going to be. Now, they have been, the applicant has worked with them, I know, and they have preliminary approved these roadway improvements, which is why you don't have a nasty letter from Caltrans. But those fine points, whether they want to extend that lane another 200 feet to the north or not, that's something that they're going to make their decision on based on their safety criteria.
Caltrans will make the decision.
Caltrans will make it, right. And then I think the only other issue I can think of offhand for traffic is the one that Supervisor Hamburg brought up, and then others also spoke about, of potentially decreasing the speed limit there. I'm not a traffic engineer. I believe, did you? Yeah.
Yeah, let me cover that issue, and I think yesterday Supervisor Smith had asked when those several Caltrans letters were put up to get copies of those, which we have produced copies of the letters that we have in our files. The only one that's not here is the one that's actually the comment letter that's in the draft. And you can see that there's been a discussion with the applicant's engineers as far back as 2006, continuing discussions with Caltrans about the project and the design improvements as mitigations. And so I think, as Leonard has said, the ultimate design will be approved by Caltrans, and it will be done to their standards because it's a state facility. And so although they've probably given a lot of direction on what they feel is acceptable and the length of these, and we know that in the final encroachment permit approvals for the final design, it will meet their standards. They did verify in these letters too that the speed limit does change in that area, and that was discussed yesterday, and the actual speed limit, I think, at the entrance is 65. But speed limits are set by Caltrans on state highways, and they're done following engineering speed studies that are required, and they actually set the speed based on what traffic is actually doing. They use the 85th percentile of whatever the study shows, with the assumption that if you arbitrarily made that speed limit slower, people would ignore it and cause other kinds of safety habits so, you know, saying that we should have a lower speed limit there is kind of an arbitrary thing. They have a process they go through, and they basically base it on what traffic is actually doing, the 85% of the traffic on the road. So that, hopefully, Supervisor Smith, these letters will be helpful for you in reviewing that.
Supervisor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having just gone through this speed study issue with Caltrans on Highway 1, similar process, of course. I think that the best that we could do would probably be to request of Caltrans a new analysis based on whatever else they're going to require, assuming that this would go forward. I would think that we could just simply request, and as
Yes.
many residents know, sometimes you request these speed studies and you don't always get what you're hoping to get. But
That's true.
because there's a real sort of change of view, I mean, so many things would be changing given what Caltrans is requiring, that, you know, it might put it into a whole new discussion. So I would think the best we could do would be to request.
Right, we certainly can. My understanding is that they are technically supposed to do these every 5 years, and if they're older than that, they can't be used in court. So depending upon when they've done it recently, we could ask about that and ask that they update it if it's about to expire that period of time.
I think we can actually do more than request. Philo, which is State Highway 128, doesn't meet the warrants for a 35-mile-per-hour zone, but they have a 35-mile-per-hour zone because there was very determined advocacy by the community. And I think there's a lot of folks that present that would support a 55-mile-per-hour zone in this location for existing conditions. So, you know, I hope Caltrans doesn't simply blindly look at the speed that everyone's going, but takes into account all the other relevant factors. So, Supervisor Hamburg.
Mr. Chairman, I think we actually do have a little bit of up-to-date information about Caltrans. I don't know if it'd be okay at this point, but
we're on traffic.
Well, would you mind coming forward and relating your recent discussion with Caltrans?
I did contact Caltrans, actually 3 people this morning, and I talked
You
to
should
Ralph
probably
Martinelli. I'm Kathy McKeon
That's your job.
with Rowan Associates. And I did contact them to find out if they would be open to reviewing this area to move the speed limit, and they did indicate that they do typically use the 85th percentile, but, you know, given the proximity of the accesses there and the curves down below, they would be willing to take another look at it. They did feel that it was appropriate for the county to actually request that. So Ralph Martinelli would be the person in the Traffic Safety Division that you would want to contact.
We will make that request. Other questions on traffic? Supervisor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. They do use a rather arbitrary standard, but there are some exceptions. I believe in the Philo area, it may relate to the airport. There can be exceptions for different reasons, and they do have the ability to round up or round down. So I think that's something that we definitely should look at if this is going to proceed, because having the 55 and 65 all sort of coalescing right there at this site with the left-hand turn lanes at 2 locations there, I think it's something that really would be, just make good common sense.
Supervisor Hamburg.
Yes, there was a comment made yesterday by, I think it was by Wendy Kennedy, that the amount of truck traffic would be tripled coming in and out of the quarry. And I don't know if that's based on going from 75,000 tons a year to the 200,000 tons a year, and if that was the calculation that was made. And I think a lot of people forget that a lot of that raw material that's been leaving the site as raw material would instead be staying on the site and going to the asphalt plant and not leaving as gravel, but actually leaving as finished product. I noticed in the EIR, page 217, this is actually the RD EIR, where it talks about in peak days that you'd have a truck turning left into the quarry every 5.5 minutes and one turning out of the quarry every 4.4 minutes, which is, that's pretty intense. That's pretty intense traffic. But I guess my question to the traffic experts is, how would you characterize the increase, you know, peak today versus peak, say, you know, when this plant is up and running? How much additional traffic?
You're looking at me like the traffic expert.
No, I'm not, actually. You're not the main traffic guy here.
I could sit here and look these over myself, but I'm not a traffic engineer either, so there is an increase in traffic. I think that number is wrong, that 5.5 and 4.4. I think whoever in my office wrote that got it backwards. But in any case, it's within that area. And again, that's for the peak worst case day.
Right.
The overall increase in traffic, let's see.
I feel like I saw it somewhere in the document, but I just can't put my
I
finger
know.
on it.
Supervisor Pinchas might have a follow-up on that.
Well, if you're putting out a truck every 4.4 minutes, I'd like to hire that loader operator.
Yeah. Well, it includes both aggregate and asphalt, so they'd be coming from two different facilities. But
Right.
I'd have to look that up.
Yeah. I mean, if it wasn't for the increased traffic, you wouldn't have these major mitigations on Highway 101 that are part of this project, and I'm sure nobody's forgetting that. But all the same, it's a lot of trucks.
Yeah, and I should have included in that, because there was a lot of people who spoke yesterday, and I don't want to just say that the lawyer's letter is the only thing that we paid any attention to. But there was obviously a number of people from the community who expressed their concerns about the safety of the intersections, what happens during bad weather conditions, foggy conditions, et cetera. And we looked at all that in the EIR. I realize that people will disagree with it, but again, I think an important issue to remember we talked about yesterday is that this is not a new project being put on this site. It's the baseline condition is big, heavy trucks moving out into the fast lanes of traffic now, and so the impacts actually get reduced despite the counterintuitive thing that you're increasing the traffic considerably, particularly during peak days. It's actually safer than with lower traffic coming out of there under existing conditions.
And the traffic improvements, I think it's been established, are actually justified based on the existing conditions. But maybe why the applicant is being required to pay for this is because the additional contribution would then be cumulatively considerable, or
partly that, and partly that you don't really have the ability to condition the existing condition to make them come up to it. I mean, you can condition even if you did alternative 3, which is just the expansion of the quarry, that gives you the ability to condition
we
that.
have the discretionary.
Right.
By the same token, the supposed interchange, to the extent that deals with existing traffic based on Black Bart, there'd be no mechanism to require any of them to make a contribution, even though they might benefit.
No.
It's only for a current project or a new project that might come along.
And that's where they rightfully point out that if that was the mitigation measure and it wasn't being funded by the applicant, you couldn't use it as a mitigation measure, because the residents out in the subdivision out there are not going to pay for it. So it would be, as the county would have to pay for it, and you don't have any money, so it wouldn't get funded. So then you'd have an unmitigated impact in that case.
But you also can't make an applicant pay more than their proportionate share, so.
By law.
Yeah, that's thankfully not my business.
So is that even a feasible mitigation then, to even include? It struck me when I first read it as this is really dreamland to be talking about an interchange would be funded, given that there's no one to assess the existing impact to.
If you think that's the case, as the board, again, you could find that there is the potential over the long term that the mitigation measures that can be implemented, that are included in the EIR, aren't satisfactory, and that really you think that it's going to have to eventually be an interchange there and there's no way to fund it. And if you did that, then you would have a significant impact that you would have to add to your statement of overriding considerations if you were to go ahead and approve the project.
Supervisor Hamburg.
Yeah, I also want to point out that this, the southbound departure lane is not actually warranted based on Caltrans calculations. Isn't that right? At least that's what the
I
EIR
believe that's
says.
true.
I think it said only the 300-foot taper was actually warranted,
and
but
so-
they're required to do the
That is
1,400
correct.
plus the
They're-
300, or?
Well,
Right.
they're doing 1,090 feet in addition to the 300-foot
Okay.
taper, which is, and that 1,000 feet is beyond the warrants that Caltrans would require.
But again, we have that leeway based on the
Discretion.
discretionary permit before us.
Well, it's not warranted under base conditions, and now I have to go see if it's warranted under
Page 220. Is the only place it shows up.
Right. It's only a taper warranted, you're correct.
They say it's based on the observation of the truck driver turns and their disruption to the flow of traffic indicate the need for the full acceleration lane.
I want to go back to what you were saying, Supervisor McCown, about the infeasibility of the interchange. Looking at that mitigation measure, it says if the monitoring report that goes on shows that the safety or operational problems at either intersection, there is a safety, that evaluation will be conducted of potential additional mitigation measures that should be considered for implementation. And one of those is a partial, or and other ones are limits on how many trucks can be loaded during peak hours, limits on trucks making left turns in and out of the access driveway during peak hours, and provision of a partial or full interchange at the highway intersections. So that's part of that, but not the entirety of that mitigation.
Okay, thank you. Other questions on traffic at this time? So I guess next section.
The next section is air quality and greenhouse gases, and again, they start by saying that we'd use an inaccurate baseline, which is not true. We actually used one that was more conservative than the one that they suggest. In the second paragraph, they talk about how a recent case law says that the proposed threshold for greenhouse gases should be net zero, and this is based on a suit against the Chevron facility in the city of Richmond. They actually, I don't know, do you want to say something about that, the inaccuracy of that?
We looked at the case, the Chevron case, and actually more from the angle of the plan deferral, that the EIR that was done by the county here also deferred mitigation measures. And if you look at that case, the EIR expressly stated that Chevron was going to be given a pass really for a year. They had a year to come up with their emission mitigations. And when I went back to the EIR, I didn't find that. I found this right in terms of what the attorney was referring to in the letter, that that the applicant was going to have to comply with the Mendocino County Air Quality Management District regulations in order to get an initial permit and authority to construct. So from my reading of the case, it didn't, the situation here didn't rise to that level of deferral.
Because they do have to come in and get the permit based on the then current requirements.
Yes, if you go to page 275 of the DER, you'll see the mitigation measures. And there's got to be a final list of equipment and the proposed hours of operation submitted at the time that there's an application for the authority to construct and the permit to operate. So it didn't look to me like there was any deferral going on compared to the Chevron case.
That mitigation was put in because we totally assessed the air pollution effects of the equipment that the applicant has on site now and was said that they were going to purchase, the asphalt plant, et cetera. That was put in to make sure that if they changed that list of equipment between now and when they went for their permit, that it met all the same standards that were in the EIR. There was no deferral at all. But to go back to this case, we relied on the significance thresholds for air quality pollution and greenhouse gases that was provided by your air quality management district. Speaking with your air quality management officer, earlier today, he reviewed that court case also and found out that in fact it was not quite accurate. I don't know if you want to have him address that rather than me try to say it. But in any case, we don't believe that there was any deferral. And then they talk about deferral for greenhouse gas. Well, in fact, on pages 299 to 300, we have like 15 specific mitigation measures that they have to do to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. Now, there is one at the end, that's two at the end, and it says install any additional features recommended by the Air Quality Management District, in addition to the other ones that we've already said. And then have an energy audit conducted by a qualified individual or firm to identify additional methods to conserve energy. This may include installation of solar panels or other on-site equipment, electrical generation facilities. The audit shall be done prior to construction and will confirm that all new equipment and appliances meet accepted standards for energy efficiency. So that is not really deferral. I recognize that it doesn't include the word shall in that, you know, you do an energy audit and then it doesn't include the word shall, which you can always require. You know, you can always require that they provide some of their electrical power through alternative energy. And one of the things that they cite in here is it happens to be the same quarry in Sonoma County that we're doing an EIR on, did last year put in a huge solar array on the parts of their quarry that had already been mined that they were into reclamation. They put them on the benches in there. And currently it does provide the power that they need for their processing, but it won't provide all the power for their proposed expansion. They will be requiring to bring in PG&E to do that, but they did do that there. So there isn't any deferral. They talk about how we didn't look at the total greenhouse gas emissions from the project, that we segmented it. And in fact, if you look at page 298, the table there, it includes both the emissions from the actual plant equipment and the emissions from the haul traffic. They then go on to say that that we should have looked when using in the project alternatives analysis, where there's this VMT analysis that shows that there would be a reduction in the vehicle miles traveled if this project were done compared to if it was not done. That we should have examined the total greenhouse gas footprint of these other sites using that one that I just mentioned, where that has a smaller footprint because they're using solar energy to other ones. But that's the only one of those there are in that area. It doesn't supply aggregate up here. I happen to know that. And if you looked at the total greenhouse gas, for example, of the asphalt facility, well, compared to the greenhouse gas footprint of the existing facility in North Ukiah, it would be less because it's a much more state-of-the-art facility than that facility. So I think we're kind of nitpicking things here about whether there's a total greenhouse gas, and and if we had another 2 months, we could provide you with written discussions about that. I can't really speak too much more about it in this short a time. They talk about question the trip lengths that were used for the VMT analysis, why there was a longer one from Santa Rosa to here, and then they talk about how we should have looked at whether, if there's not a demand for this aggregate here, that the aggregate from Harris Quarry would actually be being shipped to Sonoma County or other locations where there's a demand. There's no reason that would occur. I mean, Sonoma County is currently being supplied by a limited number of hard rock quarries, it's true, but there's what they're currently doing is barging aggregate up from the Dutra Quarry in San Rafael up the Petaluma River. I'm sure you've seen that if you've driven up 101 and you just go across the Petaluma River Bridge and you look down to your left, you'll see this huge pile of aggregate sitting there. It's also the site where they just recently, the Sonoma County recently approved an asphalt facility there, though that EIR is also being challenged, and that's on the edge of Petaluma. But so it would be quite speculative to start saying, well, if they can't sell the aggregate locally, it would be shipped to Sonoma County. It would be more likely they would be shipped from Petaluma into the Santa Rosa, Windsor area than it would be coming down out of here, because aggregate is strictly based on cost. I mean, if a contractor can get it for $482 out of Petaluma and $492 out of Harris Quarry, you're going to buy it out of Petaluma. So, I mean, you could probably do a dissertation on looking at the nuances of the VMT analysis, and we didn't use that VMT analysis as a major driver. We provided that information, but you'll notice that we didn't identify the project as proposed as a superior alternative. In fact, we identified every other alternative as being environmentally superior to that. So they suggest that we could have included a couple of additional mitigation measures that you required for Kunzler. One is to put a conveyor belt to haul the aggregate from the quarry to the processing site, which would be really impractical in this situation, as you can well imagine. And then providing these off-road mining and diesel trucks with additional mufflers. And speaking with Chris Brown earlier today, he said that program actually has now been put on hold by OSHA. So that probably is not a good idea to recommend that right now.
And your comment on impractical here is because at Kunzler it was a shorter distance and flat terrain.
Flat ground, yeah. In this case, you'd
have to cut a throughway for the conveyor.
Yeah, or you'd have to lift it up at the top of the hill and then slide it down the other side,
So again,
and the neighbors would really not like the noise of that.
Right.
So I sort of all I have really to say about that. I think we provided an adequate analysis. Again, the VMT is there for your information. You can quarrel with the assumptions about it, and it's an analytical process that was done. I noticed that the traffic engineer that the attorneys hired for the first review of the draft EIR didn't have any. They either didn't hire them. They didn't have any comments on the responses to their original comments. So we believe it's an adequate analysis, and that's all we really have to say about that. And that really is the end of it. After that, they just conclude to say that we did a really bad EIR and it should be revised and recirculated, but there's no other substantive.
Are you aware of, you've probably answered most of the questions we posed in the course of going through the comment letter. Are you aware of anything additional that was raised that you would like to address?
Well, I'm looking at the one other letter that the attorneys put in from Grassetti Environmental Consulting, and it's pretty much just more details about the same things that he brought up that we know about the objectives and the alternatives analysis. Let me just see, make sure he didn't raise anything else. Oh, about the demand. He goes much more into the demand, how we should have done a study to see if there was a demand here. Because again, if there was no demand, then the VMT analysis could be off because there'd be trucks going other places, et cetera. The VMT analysis was actually based on demand level, and in fact, it doesn't even include peak production out of the quarry because it probably won't be able to sell that much gravel. So I forget what in the revised EIR, there's a revised VMT table in there. It doesn't include full production out of the quarry. But again, it would be quite speculative to say that just because that can't be met here, it's going to be shipped to Lake County or Sonoma County or to elsewhere.
And
there's some other minor issues that he brings up that are just really kind of more detail of what was in the attorney's letter.
Any other comments from staff right at this moment?
Yes, I had two other things. One was a question about Williamson Act cancellation, and I'd like John to talk about that in a minute, but I'd like to cover the comment that Supervisor Hamburg made about the zoning amendments being done for one project. And I think that's, I mean, obviously that's the impetus for consideration of it, but I think that it's proper for the county to look at this because it is a zoning code amendment to see whether there's a benefit to doing this, to adding this to our code. It's another tool to use for consideration of this and future projects that may want to use it. So it shouldn't be considered just for one project, even though that's why it's before us now. So I'm just laying that out there. I don't think that that's the proper way to look at it. Like all of our ordinance tools that we use to control land development, they obviously should have a wider benefit and wider use and provides more flexibility for us in looking at future development proposals.
And we're still in questions, and if we can wrap them up, then we'll take a break and then come back for a discussion. So Supervisor Smith.
I could wait until,
okay.
I think Mr. Mobley had a couple of comments and wanted Mr.
The last thing was just the Williamson Act contract cancellation. I'll let John just describe that for you.
Thanks, Roger. John Speaka, planning staff. Supervisor Smith did bring up the whole process of how one would get out of a Williamson Act contract yesterday, which is a fair question because we did point out in our presentation that of the 9 qualifying sites that you see up there, several of them are in Williamson Act and therefore wouldn't really qualify at this point. Of course, they could always choose to non-renew the contract, which could be initiated by either the county or the property owner at any time they like, and then they have to roll out for a 9-year period. That's the most standard way to get out of a Williamson Act contract. The second way would be for an immediate cancellation, and that's more of a process that involves a discretionary action by the board. An application is made through planning to cancel the contract. There's certain findings that have to be made. And if, like I said, the board would have to weigh in on whether or not they feel that those findings have been met. Some have to do with items such as, is there some type of public benefit, or, is it going to cause some urban, breaking up ag land for urban uses and cause basically more discontinuous urban uses within ag land areas. Having said that, the history of our county, you have to go back to the 90s. I think there may have been an immediate cancellation. They're pretty rare. Not that they're impossible, of course, because you guys would have to decide on that. And then as soon as, if it were to be canceled, there's a 12.5% penalty of the assessed value of the property that has to be paid on top of that. So it's not impossible, but it's not very common either. So those are the two ways that you would be able to get out of your Williamson Act contract. And of course, obviously you'd have to really have a desire to go forward with the rezoning process for an asphalt plant to even start down that path.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. And yes, it was in the 90s, and I can't tell you which part, but it was in Willits.
East of Willits.
Mm-hmm.
Just Leonard Charles, just one other thing I wanted to get in here is that in this letter from Mr. Gossetti, again, that he says that because of the objectives that we skewed the alternatives to look like the project was better. And again, the bottom line is that we found, as I said a minute ago, that there was a number of alternatives that were actually superior to the project. So the bottom line is that it wasn't at all. Now the question is he also raises that those would then be used in the findings to make findings, and that's not the EIR issue. That's an issue that you will take up when you do findings.
And then to the quarries that are in Williamson Act, those are all permitted for 30,000 cubic yard or less, or tons, 30,000.
Yes, they're pretty small. There's a couple that are maybe 25 to 30,000 cubic yards. Nothing up of the same. The only one besides the Harris Quarry that allows for 75,000 cubic yards is the Blue Ridge Rock Quarry, which is not currently under Williamson Act contract.
So unless they had the capacity to dramatically increase their allowable extraction, it wouldn't be feasible for them to also site an asphalt plant, is part of the analysis.
That's correct. I mean, it's a pretty large investment. Just having noted that, I did notice that the Paeta Quarry towards the southern end down here is a 50,000 cubic yards, which is, of course, a larger quantity. But again, you need you have to want to do it pretty badly, I think, to put that investment into it.
Which is not to say it couldn't happen, so maybe it's somewhat in the category of the Blue Ridge as far as potentially feasible.
Yeah, as the EIR pointed out, I mean, it would be speculative at this point. I mean, I've actually have to monitor these quarries on an annual basis, and nobody's ever indicated to me that that's something that they would ever want to entertain. Of course, the ordinance doesn't allow it for now, so maybe they're not. Who knows?
Supervisor Pinches.
Isn't the Paeta Quarry kind of run out of rock?
There's been we're looking in, actually the property owner is looking into renewing that just to continue the extraction. So I don't think they've actually run out. They could still go down.
But not at that rate.
I don't know what the request is for, what the analysis is. There's no application in yet.
I'd like to invite our Air Quality Director Officer, Chris Brown, to come to the podium.
Do I have to accept the invitation? Chris Brown, AICP, Air Pollution Control Officer.
And so your office routinely inspects the current operation and certifies that their equipment meets existing standards?
The current Harris Quarry, yes. Yeah.
What's your history with compliance issues?
Well, like any facility, large facility, they've had some violations. I'd say in the last 7 or 8 years, there's been an improvement in terms of what we've seen as they've gone through different managers and so on. But we did have, I think, one violation last year for dust, which we spoke to them about, and we ended up withdrawing the violation. It was a startup incident, which when you start the conveyors, they aren't always wet. But in general, it's been quite good. The main bottleneck up there has been water, and I think once they started that new well, that seemed to give them the water supply that they needed, and that was probably 6-7 years ago that was taken care of.
And then they've got the, 200,000 gallon water tank now?
They have a very large water tank. I don't know the exact size offhand. And, they did, as far as the diesel engine goes, that engine, which has been, I think, mischaracterized in several of the comment letters, that's almost a brand new engine, meets the most current standard available for an engine of that size. It's got a very extensive particulate trap after treatment system on it. It would be ideal if the facility had PG&E power, as we've said in our comment letters. However, PG&E is not always willing to provide power to facilities, and I believe that's the case here, that they've stated they're just not able to provide the amperage that you need. This isn't like a household current that you need. You need a good, heavy,
Although I thought I
amperage.
saw referenced in the EIR that indications are now that PG&E will supply power to the upgraded facility. Is that accurate, or?
I believe the applicant probably should answer that. I believe they've made application and that there is an application in, but even if they provide it, it won't meet, as he said, it'll be able to provide some of it, but not the full.
Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Hamburg.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you asking Chris to come up, because there's a few things I would just like to go over with him. I think all of us on the board have received a lot of input from the public that's very nervous about emissions, particularly VOCs are brought up, the volatile organic compounds, more than the particulate emissions and the nitrous emissions. It seems like people are very worried about these pollutants. One letter that I read the other day, just quoting, "Asphalt fumes include known potent carcinogens. This plant will pollute both its immediate surroundings and the greater Ukiah area, which is downwind, with those carcinogens." And I just read that because, it's kind of illustrative of some of the comments I've been getting. But the way I understand this process is that if this project gets through the land use evaluations that we're doing here, that the next thing they have to do is get a permit from the Air Quality District. And when they go to get that permit, they are within the strictures of the Environmental Protection Agency. And there's really not a lot of discretion there in terms of what rules that they have to follow. And those rules are, as I understand it, that they must meet the BACT requirements, best available control technologies requirement. And so that's sort of out of our hands in a way, because you don't really have the authority to change what those rules are. And certainly, no matter how much you might even want to, if you don't enforce those rules, somebody else is going to. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's very correct. And there's several points in there, and I appreciate it. Sounds like you've done a lot of homework on this. First off, on the VOCs, asphalt uses a heavy oil. It's much heavier than diesel oil. It's a thick oil, and you don't have a lot of volatiles in a thick oil because volatiles are light. So, for example, the district regulates gasoline dispensing because there's light, volatile organic compounds in there. We do not regulate diesel fuel dispensing because diesel fuel doesn't release VOCs to the atmosphere in significant quantities when it's dispensed. The term VOCs gets thrown around a lot. Now, what EPA did throughout the late 1990s and the early part of the 2000s, they did an analysis of all the hot mix plants in the United States because they wanted to see for their own permitting guidance whether an asphalt plant, the largest asphalt plants, and we need to make it clear here that there are asphalt plants in New York City, there are asphalt plants in New Jersey, there's asphalt plants in Ohio that put this small little piddly plant to shame. They use a lot of material back there, and they do it all day long, 7 days a week. EPA's analysis determined that an asphalt plant, virtually regardless of size, in the United States cannot be a major source of air toxics because the toxics just simply aren't there. Now, the EIR identifies the compounds that are in the emissions, but it identifies them at decimal points that start with 0.0001. There are compounds there, but they're in very low concentrations. And in my mind, in my review of the document, that shows that the person who put that information together did their homework and went out to a very fine level of detail. As to permitting and as to BACT, as we call it, BACT is set by EPA. It's set by evaluating all the 3,600 asphalt plants or so that there are in the country to see what the most effective control technologies are. And they determine what standards a new plant needs to meet. And if the applicant came in and said, we think we want to meet a different standard, at that point I'd have to have them do what's called a top-down BACT analysis study, which analyzes the cost effectiveness and so on. It's quite an involved process, and I would need to have EPA sign off on that. I've never seen anybody do that. I'm aware of one time it being done in California on a power plant, and that's not something I think we're likely to see. What we're likely to see is the applicant's going to come in with a plant, the plant's going to meet BACT, which is basically all we can do. And BACT for this plant, this is a well-known technology, it's a well-known process. We have 2 existing asphalt plants in this county. We used to have 3. We have a 4th one that's 40 yards north of the county line in Cooks Valley. And we regulate these facilities on a regular daily basis. They're under continual observation, as Supervisor Pinches alluded to earlier. This particular facility is actually visible on a camera that's owned by Caltrans most of the time, so we're usually looking at that on a regular basis. We conduct regular inspections. We review their annual reports. We do our job, and the district does it very well.
Chris, there's also been at least written testimony to the effect that the so-called bag house filters that are proposed to be used in this facility are obsolete and not really the best type of control technology that can be used, for instance, as opposed to afterburners. Could you comment on that?
Yeah, that's a sort of a straw man argument, I guess would be the best way to describe it. If all we were trying to do was to control VOCs, then yes, afterburners the way to go. However, we're really more interested in particulates in a project like this because you're going to have a lot of fine particulates in the air, in the exhaust stream. And a bag house with Kevlar bags, high temperature bags, which is what's required, in my latest review of the rules, that's BACT. That's what meets the BACT requirement. That's the most effective control technology out there. An afterburner is just like what it sounds. It's a big burner that reburns the air that goes through the exhaust stream. And what that does is it generates even more NOx. And as the EIR identifies, NOx is an issue of concern in this operation. So adding an afterburner would increase NOx, and it would not reduce particulates. And most of the materials that are going to be in the exhaust stream here are going to be stuck onto the dust particles, and you want to catch those dust particles and keep them from going out the stack. And that material will then get removed and processed and taken care of as the bag house is cleaned.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Pinches.
When it comes to dust, how far does the dust have to rise above the surface before you can issue a citation?
The general rule is a couple different standards, and when we actually come to writing a permit, we can be more restrictive on the facility if we have a basis. But dust needs to, a general EPA regulation is it needs to cross a property line. And property line in California, it's been interpreted as the general work area. So in this case, they've got a 300-acre piece of property. That doesn't mean they can have dust going all over that 300 acres. It means once they get outside of the active work area, if dust is visible moving across that, then there's an issue. In the past at this facility, when dust comes across to the freeway, that's a concern, obviously. We've taken action then. If dust drifts down into Golden Rule, that's a concern. The one caveat I need to add with that, which this is where the details of air pollution law, we regulate sources of emissions that last longer than 3 minutes. And specifically blasting is not subject to district regulation. That's subject to the Mine Health Safety Administration, and there's numerous other people who oversee blasting, but that's an instantaneous emission. And we're notified when they blast, we're aware of when they blast, but I can't regulate because there's no way to control the dust from a blasting operation.
But your violations go down to a lower standard than that, because I remember about a year and a half ago, you issued Caltrans a violation on top of Ridgewood.
Yes.
For the dust rising off of a paved surface.
Right, it was leaving the right-of-way. It was going across into the in that case, it was the Cal Fire area. They were up by Howard Forest.
I guess my point is, so your standards vary.
You're dealing with a Caltrans right-of-way where you have the public actually in the right-of-way. I would say yes, the standard does vary because the public is exposed in that situation, as opposed to a quarry. We don't regulate the health of the workers, for example, at a quarry. That's regulated by various other agencies, OSHA and so on. Our authority is the public at large.
I was going to ask about the blasting, because we did see photographs yesterday that looked fairly dramatic and looked like the dust was certainly coming down towards the valley, into the valley. So based on that, something shorter than 3-minute duration, you don't regulate it, other people do. But again, the nature of the event, you're really not going to regulate the dust, other than you could, I assume, follow protocols regarding only blasting when the wind is coming from a certain direction, blasting days when school is not in session, things like that. And
Yeah.
do you know if any of those conditions are typically imposed?
Well, they're not imposed by the Air District. And
But I mean,
so-
those who regulate them, are those things that they would have a concern for? Or?
Yeah, I don't have specific information about
Okay.
that, but that would be a question perhaps for John, who deals with those other agencies more than I do.
And also, presumably, when it got to the project level approval, or perhaps even as a mitigation here, conditions of that type could be incorporated. I'm seeing affirmative nods.
Yeah, I think that's entirely feasible. I mean, this quarry blasts very infrequently. They blast 3 times a year, so it should be quite easy for them to take a time when there's not a down valley wind to do that.
Thank you.
And I do know they coordinate with Caltrans as well, obviously, because of the state highway.
Mhm. Any other questions at this point of Mr. Brown?
I've got just a couple of points. Perhaps
Certainly.
I could, yeah, just, I did notice in one of the comment letters, comment about this may conflict with AB 32 goals. And I did want to just kind of put that in the record here very briefly. AB 32 did not set individual goals for individual projects, nor did it set individual goals for individual counties. AB 32 set a goal for the state of California as a whole to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And that's being coordinated by the Air Resources Board. It's not something that you do on an individual project by project basis. So when we adopted, or I shouldn't say adopted, the Air District myself, the APCO, made a recommendation for greenhouse gas thresholds that lead agencies could choose to follow or not. And, you know, in this particular project, the planning department has chosen to follow that, and that does allow for a net increase in greenhouse gas emission for individual projects. That doesn't undermine AB 32. AB 32 very clearly allows for some growth in some areas and decreases in others. That goes to the Richmond, the CBE versus Richmond decision. You know, in that particular case, the city of Richmond said, we're going to have a net zero. And in this net zero situation, we're not going to allow Chevron to increase their greenhouse gas emissions at all. And then as Terry said, then they came back and said, but we're going to give them a year to come up with how they're going to do that. And that is not what we're doing here. That's not what's in the EIR. I mean, the EIR, I think, is very specific about the goals that are set, as council stated. And the final issue is this issue of the retrofits that was required in the Kunzler Ranch project. And I'm sure the board remembers, we had several hours of information from the Air Resources Board on diesel truck rules and off-road equipment rules a couple of weeks ago. One of the things that's happened in that area is when they put a retrofit on a piece of equipment, the retrofit device is like a big muffler. In addition, there's already a muffler on the equipment, and then they put this big canister on there. Well, that canister is, first of all, hot. It's made of metal. It's usually near the driver when it's a piece of off-road equipment, and it can block the driver's visibility. And there was an agreement for several years between Cal OSHA and the Air Resources Board to certify these devices as meeting air quality standards and being safe on individual pieces of equipment. That agreement has gone by the wayside. And so right now, at this point in time, there can be serious safety concerns about putting the retrofit devices on individual pieces of off-road equipment that could block the driver's vision. And in the case of a mine operation, you don't just have OSHA looking at you, you also have Mine Health Safety Administration and other agencies. So to have that requirement becomes problematic, particularly when the Air Resources Board is no longer able to certify something as safe to put on a piece of equipment. And so that is, you know, part of the reason why we see a change in the conditions that were in the Kunzler EIR from a few years ago to this EIR, which is current. So hope that wasn't too confusing or too many acronyms.
Do you have an opinion? The individual project increases greenhouse gas emissions for the project. Do you have an opinion on the overall impact to the county? Does it lessen or increase?
I don't have a specific overall opinion. I think the information's in the document. One thing that this is the same thing that happened on Kunzler, you know, that I have concerns about from time to time with greenhouse gases. And I think Leonard and I have had this debate before, perhaps not up here, but when you say that we're going to reduce trips, and you know, gee, our aggregate supply is over here now, and now we're going to move it closer to the supply, and we're going to reduce trips. One concern I have is when you give an entitlement, and you grant an entitlement, most of the time you're not restricting that entitlement to the current operator. And so in the case of Kunzler, it's a very good example. Granite said, hey, our asphalt plant's in Ukiah, we're going to extract aggregate here by the river. We're much closer to our supply than Lake County. That's a very good argument. However, Granite could sell that entitlement to somebody else who isn't going to use that material for their asphalt plant, and they could continue to haul asphalt from Lake County. So, you know, unless those things are tied together, I'm not convinced that you've met the standard of real and verifiable reductions. But that's, you know, has that been tested by a court? Probably not. That's my opinion.
Although consumption would still be limited by demand, probably.
Correct. And that's something that brings up another issue, is that when you look at these facilities in the land use stage, you're required to look at potential to emit and the maximum operating potential. And, you know, my experience in regulating this industry is nobody operates at that level. Granite certainly does not operate their facility in Ukiah at the maximum potential of that plant. Otherwise, they'd be operating every day, you know, 6-7 hours a day. So, but you have to model the emissions at this stage at that level because you're giving a land use entitlement that creates that opportunity.
So the projections are probably, they're greater than the actual impact generally.
I think it's safe to say they're greater than the actual impact is likely to be. Although there's always the possibility that they could operate 200 days a year, 8 hours a day. I don't know where they would sell that material because there just is not a market for that. But.
Well, and then they'd be above their allowable annual threshold too at that point.
Yeah, and when the air quality permit comes in, one of the things that I'm going to be doing when we get an application, if we do, is ensuring that our permit has a lower threshold, or at least at the threshold that's in the CEQA document for emissions. So, to keep them below a major source threshold, our regulations are I forget that new rule. We adopted the greenhouse gas rule a couple of years ago, but they're required to be a minor source unless they specifically apply to be a major source. So I will have to keep their throughput below the major source level unless they make that application. And that's similar to what we've done with Granite. We have a ceiling on their throughput that's still above what they need to operate, but it's lower than what's in the county permit for that facility, because otherwise they'd be a federally permitted facility and subject to much higher fees and federal inspections, which isn't needed when they're not operating.
Thank you.
Okay.
So we may have no further questions at this moment, so we'll take approximately a 10-minute break, come back approximately 3:55.